You don't have to write even, but do you have
It's
any?
okay. You can too. Put my computer is recording right now.
Amazing.
You too.
You were so awesome. Stop, stop.
La cara de Rigo nada más.
Oh my god.
Dale un besito. Ay, okay.
Again.
I didn't. Okay, awesome, perfect.
Hello, Maru.
Present MC. Is that your fancy feeling?
Bájenlo otra vez.
You did it right.
What? I lost.
Wet me.
What? You didn't get the water. You didn't get the water from me.
Yeah.
You got water from you. But you got water
You
from
got
me.
my
You owe me your
Okay.
I just remembered.
Okay.
It was so fucking cold. And I
Okay.
get flu because of it.
All this information are
I
transmitting.
just for you to know, but for Marucho, I guess.
No,
Oh, for
it's
me.
public.
I take for you and
Maru
you and
needs
you.
water.
For me.
You need water. You also need water.
Yeah. But I take water
I
from
don't
them.
remember
Putting
who
some
you
on my hand.
was.
Yeah,
For
I
you?
was the proxy for these motherfuckers. Remember?
And
For
for
every.
all of them.
Of
Yeah,
course, it
she
was
was
the three of them.
for-
It was the three internationals.
Because nobody
Hey,
wanted-
Mariana, never get water. Instead of fucking Gemma, you know. But okay.
Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, I think yes. I think
Friday,
it's a
all
video.
of you are going to pay your debts.
Okay.
Oh.
Here you are.
She poured water on herself.
Oh yeah, you do.
Really?
Okay, so setting expectations then. 5 minutes, really fast. Let's go be effective.
Expectation.
No one have any? We will do whatever
Understand
we
the
want.
reality of OGC being Costa Rica.
Oh, I will need to try to give you.
Conversion rates.
No. I want.
There's mine.
Grow.
Yes, it's
What else? Something financially, something
Yes. Financial situation HLC. And the entity.
like I didn't
yes,
get it,
yes, me neither.
but financial I didn't get it. You didn't get it. Again, what you need?
We had a situation about finance in HLC.
Okay, but
So this
this is also the
Ah, okay.
Yes,
Sorry.
I'm just like about
the
prices. or
Pricing,
something like
pricing.
that.
finance prices and the discounting that
This is how you
Okay.
do.
this is
You know, now you learn. Discount. You will learn a lot, Channel. What
And
else?
TM wise, like productivity in different LCs.
They catch
But
us.
this is for next session, not for this.
Oh, in
yeah.
OGCDP. For example, I know in UCR they have like 15 people, nobody's doing anything.
But MPTLP will talk about this. But it's okay, let's set expectations. If we don't, we say to Simona, see me.
Yeah.
The other girls,
Girl.
expectation zero. So please tell us.
You should have something on me.
Sorry. Okay, something else? No? Okay, cool. Right?
Cool, cool.
So our expectation is to ask and for Fabiola to help with OJP
And on the information that she might have.
And another thing that I want you to remember is that David is not here, but he is totally available for you with any questions you have about Code CDP. If it's not clear in this session, you can totally contact him. Okay? Okay, cool. Awesome. So boss.
All right. So I think I have shown you this already, right? I just want to show. You're gonna start with OGCP and then go with OGFP, yeah?
Mhm.
With here OGCP numbers, you have Ramare, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14. So this is achieved.
And you can see you have the percentage growth. You have 158, 161, 200. Yeah.
Yes.
You have the percentages growth.
Yeah.
So, what we want, It's actually-
Pilot. De cualquiera es muy bueno. Pilot.
Si la bocina está en mute, si todo se escucha, o tiene que estar.
I think.
No, sí estás.
Okay. So we have there the growth, because what we're talking about is the numbers that actually we plan for OTDP and what we deliver. What was the conversion rate, a little bit of the KPIs and the strategies, and which one of the strategies give us more results. So as you can see, this is the growth that we had, and this is really cool because we didn't have this. So put it here, please. So as you can see, this is IGCP. So in our CGP, we had actually a lot of growth. It was not it's not relative, like absolute. Yeah, thank you. It's not absolute growth, because if you see like 17 to 44 to 96, but you can see actually a lot of relative growth between the years. You see, like it's always more than the double. So this is as we can actually understand this, but this is not right. This is, and we are 14, 15. So this year we didn't get actually the same curve, you know what?
Already done.
We didn't have the same curve of growth. And why? So this is the thing. What we planned. The plan for the whole year was 315 races, 260 matches, and 206 of realizes, 206 realizes. As you can see, and I don't know if you remember that I said yesterday that we were too thirsty to the pot of water, you know, like these numbers also actually, of course, they reflect a lot of ambitious, you know, we were ambitious in these goals, but we were not actually putting things, you know, and how we're going to grow and how we are going to actually make things. We just took the growth thing, the growth curve, and like, let's go, you know, and maybe we should, I don't know, put the strategies more, put it together, you know, and how much percentage of each one of the goals we're going to get on each one of the strategies, because this was something that, as you can see, we achieved like 30% of the goal, you know, that we put in the beginning. Okay, so
What I can maybe say is that because when you see this in terms of raises, there was like 200% growth, let's say. So the point was, I don't think it was impossible, but what also you need to always remember, the more numbers you have, the higher it is, the more difficult it is to grow relatively. Because, you know, like if you grow from 5 to 15, there's like 200% growth. But if you grow from 50 to 65, this is much less percent growth.
And exactly the same absolute growth.
Yeah, exactly. Absolute is the same, but relative is, because, like, for example, even if you imagine if Brazil grew 200%, you know, Brazil cannot grow 200%. Brazil can grow 20%, and that's a huge success, you know. So, for example, maybe this was one thing that we didn't take that much into consideration, and I would also say, especially the first semester, we had the highest hopes, you know, and with this, you know, like having huge raises in July, August was really cool, but it also then maybe caused that a little bit else is, you know, slow down. Then in September, the raises, and October we were expecting were not coming, you know, so kind of people were a little tired. So, and we tried to run some campaigns, but what I would then suggest, especially to still really focus July, August, like fucking huge raises, and then revive them September, October, you know, because also we had, like, the biggest challenge was that the LC we hoped to get the most numbers from, that was UCR, was using completely wrong processes, you know. They were making everything complicated. They didn't want to follow some of the things, you know, that we were doing. UCR started to organize TMP recruitment in the middle of the peak, you know. That was like super random, you know. So because most of the LCs reached maybe like 50, maybe 60% of their goals, because also in terms of planning, these goals were based on the LCs. Like the first half year goals were only LC goals. The second half year, we, you know, had we made like our own. But also because these goals were for whole year, so the second half of the year we still planned based on ourselves, but the first semester goals were completely else's, you know. But the challenge was that then they were really ambitious goals from the LCs, but they were not reaching. They were very far from reaching, especially I know UCR. I don't remember how many they raised EPs, like maybe 25.
In the first semester,
Yeah, in the first
it was
semester.
like 18 or 20. It was not 25.
Yeah.
It was something really low. So
Yeah.
then you can see, like, for example, in the second semester, we changed, and it was like 15 to Tech, 15 to UNA, 20 to UCR, and like 5 to UASIT. You know, these were the goals for the whole semester. You know,
For
that-
this semester.
For this semester, yeah.
And
that was
what was the goal per? It says 315, then 74. What is 74?
because 74 was when we
The
replanned.
second.
You know.
You see 74, 55,
second
20.
semester.
Yes, exactly.
And what is this and what is this?
This is delivered. This is
Planned,
planned.
delivered.
Yes, exactly.
First semester, second,
Exactly.
and these are
First
also the
semester.
plan.
No,
No, this is
actually,
just
this
real.
was for a whole,
So this-
yeah, all here. But I think for first semester we're like 245, right?
Yeah.
The first semester here.
Then so you-
Yes. Here was something like 180, and here was something like 160. It was something like this, you know?
Sema
And
has
this was
all the plans. I shared
Yes.
with him in the MCP transition folder.
Yeah.
He has plans also of Alliance and he has plan of Delta. First semester and then second semester.
Mm-hmm. What we more want you to understand is that because actually I think we jump apart, you know, about the relevance of the YOCDP here in this country, and it's like I know if you actually could see, but OCDP here is like the main program, you know. It's what we run the most, you know, like so OGX is actually what gives us numbers, and we had of course a lot of number with ITDP too, but it's a totally different process, and OCDP is actually what is, you know, putting the LCs. We have IGIP on financial sustainably, but OCDP is what is bringing numbers. And even if it's like the main car, you know, what is bringing everything, we are not achieving the same curve of relative growth that we were looking for. You know, so like what this, because as you can see, the conversion rate actually is really high. You know, we have 79% of raises to matches, offense to matches, and 89% from matches to realize. So like, for example, if we are going to compare, it's like in Brazil, this is 50%, you know, matches to realizes. No, raises to matches is 50%, you know. We have 50% of people that pays and don't go, you know. So like, this is really high actually. So people are actually happen to find their spots, you know, on the other Isaacs in the world and stuff, and they are actually going there and doing the internship. But at the same time, the numbers are not that relevant, you know. Even with the whole strategic areas focusing on OCGP, we didn't have like that much, you know. And why is that, you know? And then like we're going to talk a little bit about the KPIs. So go.
Zero money.
Okay, so you're not facilitating.
This is your job. This is your job, so
This is my job. This is so what we had, and I can say to you about especially the marketing side. On marketing, we totally focused on OCDP, and this was actually one of the biggest errors in my opinion, because I focused so much in OCDP that OJP, for example, was something that was always in the second path, and actually this was a choice, you know, that we made when Vivis came here. Vivis came here and Vivis said that we need to, you know, do
Who's Vivis?
OCDP.
I know.
No, but we talked about Vivis already, right?
the
Didn't
OST.
Victoria? She was GST
From Brazil.
from Brazil.
OST, just is very different. Because she was supporting specifically operations.
Okay. So she was
Operations
OST.
supporting. You have AI VP operations for specific region. So for
Lucia.
Latam, it was Lucia, and then she has OST, so Operation Support Team, and then she had for different, she has for GIP, she has for GCP, and now it's even more. There is Maria Fernanda, who's for Central America OST, so.
Mhm.
The only people from my idea was
Yes, probably.
GSTs or
Mhm.
BBs came. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
we had some KPIs, like some numbers for us to actually see if we're going to achieve the levers. And this is like for everybody. Fabiola already has this like really because from the transition. But we had, for example, the leads that were the people who were interested. So in our, I don't know if you saw the experience.isaaccr.org, that it's our site. So yeah, the OP, our OP internships, of course, or internships.isaac.org. And then we have the portfolio. On the portfolio, we will have a formulary for people to fill out and say, I want to go to Brazil on marketing, or I want to go to Colombia on shelter, dog shelter, or I want to go to, I don't know, Poland, or something like sexual education. So, exactly. You have specific programs there, and then you apply in these specific programs. Then what will be the flow? This person goes to our experience.isaaccr.org, that is like kind of Costa Rica Expo, because then we can see, you remember that I told you, I was just telling you about this, that we don't know how many EPs we have by Expo, we only know about the applications, so we had to make a way to actually track this. So how are we going to track this? We're going to do our own CRM. So in our CRM, we have people there, and then you have like people who is interested, and then they fill out the form and they go there with all the data that we need. So which program they want to, which project they want to go, which country they want to go, and what are the best fechas, like dates that they want to go and stuff like this. And then you have all this information, and then you can assign the ZPs for different members, So you will have there UCR, UNA, ULACIT, and Tech. And then the person goes, apply for each one of these LCs, and then the VP assigns someone to take care of this person. So that's how we're going to track this. We were tracking these persons because it was impossible on Expo. So when I say leads, I say people that were interested go to our website, exactly, saw our projects and choose one of them and go to CRM. So these are leads. In the end of the year, we stood up with 267 leads, and we had planned something like 600 or something like this.
This is only this semester.
Exactly. This is only the semester.
Yeah, because it was the first semester.
Exactly.
You planned 600 for the semester?
Yes, and it was 267.
How much did you plan?
Something like 600 leads. We had another one of the KPIs that we called pop-up, because on the website, first thing that happens when you go to the website is to open another window, a pop-up. And in this pop-up, you say, Isaac, it's an international platform that develops leadership, blah, 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 blah. And you want to know more about the organization, or you want to know more about our, not our promotion, but like our opportunities. So sign up on our newsletter. And then people go there, put their names, and go to another, how can I say this, database. They go to another database. When VPs marketing, we're managing to send emails, send opportunities to make these people actually became from the pop-up to go to become a lead. Exactly. So this was 20% of our goal from here was 20% of the leads being from pop-ups, So we could actually had 20% was 120. Yeah, but actually we had 180. Something like this,
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't have a conversion rate, but I can say to you later. But and then we have 180 people on the pop-up. We had actually a problem. This is something really specific for Maru. Okay, Maru. But I can tell you too, like we had some problems, especially with the pop-ups, because we had a lot of duplicated people there, you know. So you had actually people were in the first weeks they were receiving the newsletters like twice or three times, you know. So this was like bad thing, you know. And then I am pretty sure that this was one of the things that puts our conversion rate from pop-ups to leads down, you know. So just for you to know that it happened. Another KPI that we had was the offline promotion. So on the spends, on events, class shouts that they have, they were always with a list for people to put their names, put their emails, and say, yeah, we are interested in doing the OTDP program. So get in touch, you know. And then we had these things. But this offline thing, and then another thing that I'm saying to you that we talked about tracking, this is, we didn't have any tracking of this because we said to them, put on the platform, put on the CRM. And like the first thing they say to us is that, how can I'm going to put somebody else's data on our CRM if they have to put it there? And we were like, but they already give to you as an offline source, you know, but they didn't understand. They was like, no, I cannot put data from other people in our CRM because this is not my data, you know, this is not my name. Exactly. They were afraid of legal consequences in this. And so they were not putting offline people on the CRM. So this we have any tracking. And I talked a lot, like especially Wendy, I talked a lot with her about this. Like you don't have any legal implications about this, you know? And she's no, but I think we have. No, but you don't. I'm saying you no, but I think we have. Like it's really difficult, you know. So this offline promotion, this offline leads, we actually don't have it. So maybe these leads are actually more, you know. They are more people that people were contacting. And you say if I'm lying, please say Marianne is lying because you were an ST. So,
Yeah.
a lot of times.
We didn't have control of the we didn't have control of the offline because they didn't put it in the CRM, and also if they manage like their own tool, they didn't share it with us because they want to be just for them because it's mine. So I'm not gonna share it right now. I will take it.
Yeah, I know. But just for you to know, like this is one of the things that actually put us down, you know, because we didn't have tracking of these people. So they were like, MC doesn't know what is happening here. And in operations, you remember that I said to you yesterday that operation has a lot of operational things on the programs itself, you know, like on OGX and ICX. And I'm talking about this type of tracking, you know, that you have to keep so much attention in this type of tracking. And if you don't know these people in offline, you cannot charge them to have the 48-hour contact, for example, or the, I don't know, to put all the leads on the system, to actually send the emails when they have to send, to actually call them when they have to call.
I remember once we had an MC meeting and we were looking into numbers and, you know, KPIs and this thing. And then we were running promotion like hardcore. And then it was not shown anywhere, you know. And I was like, Mariana, what is happening?
And I cried. I'm kidding. Almost a little bit.
And I was like, what is happening? And you know, like next week, Una uploaded 94 leads.
94 leads. And I was like, what? You know, and they had 94 people that were interested. It was an offline promotion, you know, because I knew, I was tracking Ida, and she said, no, I just made 2 stands last week. And I was like, okay, we're cool, you know, hardcore promotion, they will be okay. And then none. It's like from one week to another, we have like from, I don't know, 117 leads, we had 119 leads. And I was like, what the fuck is this, you know? And then they go, what the fuck, you're not working? What are you doing here? You know, you're sleeping in the office. And I was like, no. And then we talked to people in Una, and then she said, oh, no, I have like 3 or 4 full lists here. And then I said, put on CRM, my love, right now. And then she put it, and it was 94 leads more. So, you know, like this is the type of thing that you think that you are not, you know, you're not having any results, but actually you are. You just have to make a better way to track, because this is really difficult to do.
In terms of legal, especially connected with this, we have a new CRM, like CRM manual, and there's ICX, you know, a lot of IGIP, IGCP stuff. But we have also put there something about OGX that you should check. And that is specifically if the LCs are not using the national CRM, then what we're going to charge them on is applications in expa. And applications in expa, if we would charge them on it, they would be fucked, like seriously fucked, because application US, if you go and you apply for TN in Brazil, for TN in Colombia, TN in Poland, you apply, and then all applications count, because there is no number of race on expa. So this is what we did, kind of, because there is no other way how to track how many people actually paid, if they do not follow our CRM.
Mm-hmm.
And the number is not real.
No,
Yeah.
in expat,
That's why-
it's a
The
fixed number.
number is real, but it doesn't track what you
Yes.
need.
But it can
What
be
you
one
money.
ego applying to.
See,
Yeah, it
Or
could be only one
sometimes-
person, 487 applications.
And even, for example, you would go to expa and it shows for OGIP, we checked today, match in progress is 99. That means people that went and applied for something, and then, they're seeing now, what is happening. This is matching in progress. And this number never goes down if you reject it, if you withdraw your application. So the numbers stay. The AI is looking into this now, but in terms of financial, this is what was our biggest challenge, Like, this is why
They charge us for
created-
every open.
What?
They charge us for every applicant.
No.
No, no.
Like if they would not follow the CRM, we would charge them on the fly. And applications is like they're now 200, So
It was just
it's
a way.
accurate number.
It was just a way to make them actually give us the numbers that are real, Because if we're going to say, oh no, okay, so UCR is doing well, or we didn't have this, like this first measurable, this first KPI that was actually the opens, we didn't know how to handle this. So that's why we did the CRM, and we kind of obligated them, we imposed them to use it, But it's because it was a process. And this, as we can, if we are going to get like something that is good, is that actually now almost all leads are on the system, because they understood that this is really important, that we don't know how to actually count them.
And even if there are not some leads, and we did not go and be like, fuck, I'm charging you $5,000, Like
Because-
this was just a way, because with this, like when you had MySec.net, you see number of raises, finance goes, charges, number of raises, If you don't have number, as finance, as MC, we would be fucked, So this was really like imposing. They did not really agree with this, but it's fine, It was not like we did this to fuck them up, And we legislated a lot of things in the previous legislation that many of them did not agree with, but because they thought it would be to fuck them up. But we also showed like this is not to fuck you up, this is to establish processes.
And if you think on the exposition that we talked the other day that AI want us to charge on match, is because of this, is because the platform has those holes, that it's also one strategy for AI to say that we have a lot of people in blah blah, but the real thing for them is the match, but for us it's not a reality. We can never charge
So
them.
in expat, if I'm in EP and I go on expat and I find something I want to do, I click on apply, and at that
That's-
moment,
You're counting.
someone has to pay for
Yes.
something.
No.
No.
You pay, you have to and you have to pay when you are raised before applying, so the button gets free, so you can apply. And afterwards, when you already sign,
Match.
before signing the acceptance note, you have to pay the next 50 for signing the
match.
fee.
The
So
match part.
you have to, but right now, AI, what they want to do at the end of the year is just to have the
Match.
only charge in match, not in the race.
Yeah.
We charge 50 and 50. Right now it's gonna be 100 in match.
So
Mhm.
right now, what is the problem?
The
If
problem-
people apply to several things, that's a problem.
Not the problem.
Yeah, because we don't know how many people are actually there, We only know the
We only
applications.
see the
So
number of
it could be
people.
5 people, but what EXPA shows us is 50 applications, because
Yeah.
each one of these persons
That's-
applied for 10 TNs. So how are we going to charge this? Because our process charges 50% on the raise,
Yeah.
to actually bring some not compromises, another
And also
to come commitment, because the person it's there, it's paying, and then she will pay, and then she will enter the platform, because this was one good thing about the My Isaac, for example.
And of the sorry.
Uh-huh.
of the EP fee, the MC gets applied.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
40%.
That's why we need to track it.
Yeah, yeah, we need
Exactly,
to.
because that's where it gets your salary.
Got it now. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
Cool.
Yeah.
Because I heard this from a citizen of Canada that went to RLC once. It's like one of the problems of Expa. It's that it's a freemium platform. So you don't actually have commitment of the person, you know, because she doesn't have to pay anything. So she just go there. It's freemium, you know. So she's go there. She applies on everything she wants, you know, and stuff.
And then
Yeah, if she wants to go away, you know, she didn't pay anything. She doesn't have any contract with us. That's why we split on 50% of the raise to create this commitment to actually had someone that okay, I already paid, so I have to go away with the process. And then in the match,
And also, like to include there, we do that because sometimes they don't trust, like they're gonna get like that, and we can say you're gonna get a change because we don't say that. But at least if they pay like half and half, they know that there is a little bit of security that they don't lose all their money. So that's another like strategy we made. And also like in Expo, in analytics, you can only see like the matches and like the opens. It's not, the number is not reliable.
And in progress is rejected in ECPA.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the second
Each day is
50% is before signing the contract?
no, before getting the
Like-
the vacancy.
The match is almost done,
Okay.
but in order to be matched on the system and have this TN for sure, they need to pay the next
Before being
50%.
matched on the system.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Cool. Interesting.
Another reason for this 50-50, because of course some countries are running just 100% on match, you know. The reason for 50-50 was also cash flow, of course. Because RLCs have huge problems, you know, and have waiting up till matches, I don't know, March when the TNs are there, or April, you know, this is 3 months
Can you
without
imagine?
money. You know, without money for MC, without money for LCs.
And without money for promotion to actually have the leads. So it's like, what the fuck, you know? So actually it's not sustainable, you know, to do this. That's the second reason
Depends
why.
on the entity, you know, because some entities can afford. Because when they have strong IGIP, they have sustainable money, it's no problem to charge on match and then get a lot of money, you know.
Mhm.
But for us, especially for tier 3, tier 4 country, it was a necessity. We couldn't charge everything.
or it's also on the culture, as we were saying the other day.
Mhm.
Maybe Europeans they'll say like, okay, yes, I'm gonna change, and then but for us we're
But
like,
also like we
We
wouldn't
need
have like,
commitment,
Yes.
right?
we wouldn't have like cash flow like for 3 months, and like
Yeah.
OGX is the one that gives us like money. So it's impossible.
So that's why we are, like the MC already gets 40% of the 50% of the
No,
raise.
we charge at the end of the month
At the
every
end of the
single
month.
like
Exactly.
EP entirely.
So for
Yeah,
example,
but it doesn't
even
matter if they're only raised or if they're already matched.
doesn't matter.
So we already, like, if an EP is raised and can apply on Expo, we need to know how many, so we can get 40% of the 50%.
We
You
are
know what
charging
I
on
mean?
the raise, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
we're charging.
This is what we count. So for example, if they are if the EP is raised on 1st of April, for example, and then it's matched on 15th of April, they will pay in the end of April. This EP that was raised, you know, we count by the raises. So they will have the 100% to pay 40% for the MC. But if the EP raises on, I don't know, 20th of April, and then it will match only in the other month, they will pay the 40% from this 50%, but they will also receive the other half when the EP was matched.
For this, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe you can ask Geronimo on the final
Okay.
session how exactly MC is charging.
Because, I mean, the point of knowing how many people have been raised can only be if we already get money for raise. Because if MC only gets money after they've been matched, we wouldn't need the whole CRM, right?
Exactly.
So probably it is,
Probably it's because of
Yeah.
this. You're really
No, but
intelligent.
it's true. What
Yeah.
Mhm.
okay. And we're not doing it only after match because of cash flow.
Exactly.
Okay.
and also commitment. A lot of people just start.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm just saying that
Apart
it's
from
also
apart from-
for the commitment
it's
of
like-
Latins.
It will be two reasons, you know,
Yeah.
like cash flow and the culture, you know. We need to bring commitment to them.
Yeah.
So that's why they have to pay to start to apply and then pay again.
Yeah, yeah. but still, like, if we do 50-50, still the MC could say, okay, the LC only gives us the 40% after they've been matched. Would make, then we would need
Ah, no,
zero.
yeah, yeah. Get it.
Yeah.
So,
And also for the internationals, always remember that if someone tells you let's go and eat next week or let's go and eat next Monday, if you don't confirm it like on Monday like morning, it will not happen. Like for example, like yes, let's go and eat on Friday night, and then on Friday night you're already waiting to see where you're gonna go. No, like you need to like so that's why on the culture we need to get like that commitment of okay you pay so yes you're gonna get into the program because if people say like oh yes I will apply they will never get into the program.
but that's more for the EPs.
Yeah.
I totally
Uh-huh.
understand that one. That's just about the money I was asking.
Okay. So next one is IXP. Simona is just talking about IXP in the next session, right? Or no?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't know because IXP is one of the it's one of I think it's the only one. No, I think it's one of the strategies that it's owed CDP and TM. So it's like how many raises and how many realizes we're going to get from the members. You know, like on full XP that was. And we actually had like really high number if we see like what it was, and it was always almost everything from tech.
But this is IXP only members going on exchange. Actually.
Yes.
Yeah, because we also have IXP,
That's-
like returnees becoming members.
So we didn't have like a huge campaign or something for IXP. It was just because
It was
No,
like
we were
word of
actually
mouth.
we had campaign. Yeah, we had some video. We had like we had some discounts for the members, and also Simona and David. What they did a lot. They went to LC meeting. They had some PPT and they were explaining about this. So kind of trying to actually motivate people to go.
But one of the things that actually did a lot of difference that I heard they saying, it's like you have especially people in the LCs that were, inspiring other people to go. That, for example, in tech was the twins, like Fabiola and Fiorella was like, let's go, everybody, and stuff, blah, blah. And so it's really good if you have like an ambassador of IXP, This maybe could be like a really good strategy because people get so, yeah, because, like people get so, oh, let's go all together, let's go to the same project.
Yeah.
Exactly. So like maybe this will be really cool. If you see like the pictures from the project in Colombia in December, you have like all Costa Rica, So this is really cool.
Yeah.
And you have
Diego Mario.
yeah, then you have Diego, Mario, Monica, Umaña, like there was one EP from Londrina that wasn't the same. The Arini.
Yeah.
She was from Londrina. She's like when she knew that I was coming to Costa Rica, she was like, oh my god, I have like 33 different friends, and I was like, oh really? Yeah, they were all in my project and stuff. So this is really cool, You get like this, and then they told me, hey, I really want to work for Isaac, because they already have this thing. Use the IXP actually to make people more motivated to come back and work.
And also, I think like for selling IXP, they have to understand that if they try the program, they're gonna understand why are we doing this. And also, like I think for an IXP, it's easier to leave that change because during the change there are a lot of problems, and I had a lot of them. But I really enjoyed my experience, and it was the best. But we had like a lot of like not IXP that they just complain. So if we have cooperations and we want to increase the quality of our EPs, they should be IXPs. So for me, that's like a good point to sell IXP.
And also, especially for IXP, what we did with Simona, we had national reintegration seminar, where we brought everyone. Like supposedly all the EPs, just UCR was delayed, and then UCR wants to organize their own reintegration seminar. That's a little weird, but there were actually around, I would say 5 people that were like either members before and then coming. And there was, for example, Majo from UNA. She was a returnee that she joined. There was also actually
Monica Umaña.
There was also this new VP ISGIP in UNA.
Adriana.
She was in Romania.
And also like some that returned, they didn't become like members, but they are like close family.
Yeah.
So like Kenneth.
Yeah, it's really cool because IXP actually is one of the strategies that you put like marketing, TM, and finance to work with OTDP because you can have like consequences that will be good for each one of the areas and will be good for the results of the LC. You know, so like this is a strategy that maybe you should go like, oh, okay, it's just a strategy of TM and OTDP. Let's put aside, you know, and I don't want to talk about this, but it's actually something that you should totally talk as team, you know, like as MC, and make this actually really happen because it's really cool, really, really cool.
And actually, when we looked with Marianka, the goal for IXP for realizes was 22, and I think we still can realize some people even.
Jeremy is
Uh-huh.
going a lot of like I know there are going.
Yeah.
My brother was going to go, but he decided on December.
No.
Which people?
Both.
No, Daniel no se puede.
That's why I also told him.
Genial, no se puede. What the
Yo,
fuck?
repeat.
Okay,
So,
so
Mateo.
the two other KPIs that we want to talk about is the 48-hour contact. So this was a strategy and it was implemented and like in everything that we talked, you know, on the session with the V and stuff. So it was really cool. And they like once we get actually, I remember one time that we had. We were analyzing the numbers and then we saw that UCR had some EPs that was like for 6 weeks and they were not contacted. And we were like, what the fuck is this? And then we sent the email for Luis, Wendy, and Karina saying, no, 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 this is not right and stuff. And they were like, oh, you know, they replied the email, I'm sorry, no, we are going to see these because we are actually contacting and stuff. So they understand the problem, you know, about this 48 hours contact because if you took more than 48 hours, it's a lead that will never become a realize, you know, it's a number lost. You just lost the number.
Right here, like after the summit, they start contacting,
Mhm.
but they forgot that like a really important part of contacting the EP is to call. So David changed the CRM so the CRM when they get like when they apply or whatever, it they send you automatic. I don't know what I'm
Yeah, automatic.
I'm asleep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So it sends you an email. So the only job of the OGCP team is to call and contact by calling or WhatsApp or whatever, but not by email because it's already like automatic. And also, only I think we make a report with David about the LCs and Una and Tech they contact under the 48 hours, but then UCR contact I think like 4 days later and Unasit 1 week later. And the content of the email it was like it wasn't like good and they didn't call me because I was the lead under
Yeah, you were doing like occult
yeah, I
customer,
applied for
right?
every single LC to evaluate like the contact rate and everything like that. And they didn't pass.
Really? When did you do that?
I think a month ago.
Yeah.
But Mario told me like, I know you did it, so fuck you. I was like, yeah, but I evaluated.
Like anonymously?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. But
I also did it when Expo
Yes,
started.
I
I
did it
also
in
applied.
Cambodia.
that
I
is
was
so
Maria
cool.
Lucia.
I was Sofia, Brenda, and
I did it in Cambodia and my name was Ratana. Very Cambodian name.
Tratando.
Ratana.
I have the paper that you have.
Yes.
it was really
None of them passed?
no, because because it was 50% dreaming and 50% of the entire like break through the call and nobody called me so they lose 50. And then the only LC that got the 50 complete from the email was Una. They got 80, Ulasit got 15, and UCR got 7, something like that. But like from the 50, right? And then like they didn't know what to put in the email. It was like, hey, I'm this guy. So I'm from ISA. Do you want more information? I'm like, okay, I need information because I'm already interested, so I need it.
Yeah.
And also,
But actually, Mariana made
Yeah, this
email.
this was
for the
actually a problem of synergy between marketing and OGX in local level, you know, because the marketing people they had like a framework for the email, you know, talking about with photos, you know, with links, talking about what was the program, what were the countries they could go, what were the requirements and stuff, and then they didn't put it, you know, they just marketing was not actually going on the OTDP process to see, oh, they need this, they need that. Well, I already have this and already have that. And again, another problem. I made the framework and I gave to them, so they didn't want to use it.
Yeah.
You know, they wanted to be their
But
own.
the thing that they were using was.
Yeah, but they wanted to
blending them.
use what they did, you know, what they made themselves. So this was the other thing that, you know, again, I made the mistake to give away, you know, and they wanted to do it. So the next time, guidelines. Oh, do it like this. You can use these, but let
show,
them
right?
exactly let them develop the thing, you know. Because if you do it and you lend them, oh, no, this is it. This is how you're going to do. Okay, you just have to use it.
I think like they have to be committed with the tool to use it. But the thing is like I don't think that letting them like doing it is gonna be a good idea. Maybe we can have like a meeting with the VPs and with the MCVP and okay, we're gonna do it right now, everybody, and everybody's gonna be committed with this tool. So you have to use it because we created. I think one of the good things of the OP we made is that the VPs, OGCP, and some members they participated in the inclusion of the cooperations and we did like all the information that it made us put it there and everything. So we feel like really committed to use it because we did it and we were like we invest one day to have it like all clear.
But sweetie, this was just what I said. It's about doing guidelines, you know. What I'm just saying is that if the V was made the whole site and just say to them, it's on, you just have to use it, it will never work, you know. Never, never, never. So this is what I did, you know, like a lot of frameworks, especially design frameworks, I just lend them. Okay, you just have to use, you know, and this was the mistake. The mistake was not let them develop the materials, you know. And this was the same thing with the recruitment campaign. It was the same thing with the OTDP campaign, you know. It was like, but okay.
Bobby, you just said that the CRM system automatically sends emails out. So they sign on, they get an email.
Yes.
Hey, thanks for signing on. We'll be in touch. And then marketing sends them an email, and then OGCB calls
No,
them.
no, different.
Okay.
Because marketing will do for people on pop-up, and the platform sends emails for people on leads. It's different.
It's different things.
It's different because you have a formulary for people who really wants to go, so they apply there. This is the project I want to go. You know, like get in touch with me.
This is the
On the
lead.
pop, yes.
That's
On the
a
pop-
lead.
That's a lead.
That's marketing work. No, that's
No,
OGX work.
OGX work. Yes. And on the pop-up, it's people that are like 50% interest, you know? They don't want to apply to any project now because they don't want to go now. They want to go in the other peak.
They just, you know, they come to the website, this thing pops up,
Yeah.
and they put their email.
If you say like in scale of interest, you know, people who are 7 to 10 will be a lead, you know? People who are 7 to 0 will be a pop-up. So marketing will take these people who are 0 to 7 and became a 7 to 10.
And what if I go
On
on
interest.
the website because I really want to go? I see the pop-up. Oh, cool! I fill it in, and then I apply to something. Then I get contacted by marketing.
No. We
analytics.
will see that you are in the both things,
Uh-huh.
so you will not be. We will not have marketing newsletter. You only have the other one.
So the pop-ups is
And
also
you
kind of
already
on the
converted,
CRM
you know?
system.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Cool,
Okay.
cool.
Cool.
Understood? Awesome.
Interesting.
Interesting. This is your favorite.
It is.
So you see how it works like
Okay, cool. What else about OTDP boss?
Well, what I would say on the beginning, the first semester, you focus a lot on process optimization.
I'm smiling for my children.
You know, it's not for my children.
To get into this discussion.
What the
So,
3 times with
Yeah.
we worked a lot on process optimization, so standardizing the processes. And for second semester as well, but it was a little different, you know. And also in the first semester, in terms of products, we focused more on the project, so that was like the environmental, the cultural, you know. While then we understood that it's better to sell actually countries, also because of Expo was coming. So this is why, for example, now we're selling pretty much go to this country and then specific projects within the country partnership. So countries right now for OGST promotion, we have Brazil, Colombia,
Polonia,
and
Hungary.
then
I am sorry.
Italy.
Italy and Panama.
Hungary.
Italia, and then we have Central
I have
America,
Hungary in my head.
that is Panama. Maybe
Yes, just for you to know, Panama and Guatemala is IXP strategy, right? It's like more for the members.
Guatemala.
Guatemala, yeah. Guatemala, it's more IXP. So it's like, let's go to somewhere that's close, but at the same time, let's go do your internship.
And that's also because, like, 2 months ago, we had like a Central America Leadership Summit, and Central America decided to become like an entity that like we're gonna work closer. So that's why we also put like numbers to send to these like places and so, yeah,
As well, we can talk about market analysis Panama. Because, for example, sometimes it happens that you run specific strategies for specific LCs, and then all the LCs want to run. So, for example, we had this thing that we focus on promotion of Panama for Tech and UNA because of their timeline, university timeline, and UCR has much later university timeline. So, for example, they can only start taking projects like 10th of July, they finish their classes. But UCR was like, oh, how come you don't include us? We still want to promote. So they started promoting Panama as well themselves on Facebook.
After talking to David, but it was not the primary plan. It's because we did something. We did like a specific project to them that was Panama por Tierra because of the whole Connect Central America thing, because of the timeline, and because of the reality of money. Like it's a lot more cheaper to go to Panama, and then UNA E-Tech, it has more this type of profile, of people that needs a little bit more of help in finance. But UCR doesn't have this problem. UCR has a really beautiful timeline that fits with all the other countries in the world. So why we're going to promote Panama there? Do if we have another 4 a lot more attractive countries that we have partnerships, exactly, and then we'll have more money for it. So why we're going to promote something that we don't need? But they didn't understand. They understand that they were put it out of the thing. Unless we explain exactly with these words for them, they understood that they were put it outside.
Especially the biggest problem was with the timeline because the projects were starting 15th of June and UCR people are only available from 15th of July. So like, why do you promote something that your people cannot even go to, because of their university timeline? So it was actually a huge challenge for them to understand, like, this makes sense, like, why we did not tell you about this, it's not because we don't like you or whatever.
Yeah.
but I think like the problem was, and also I talked with David, that he didn't communicate like really well why they were doing that.
Yeah.
So at the end, like when they felt like, okay, I have to do it, I have to sell Panama because I'm the outer
It was something like personal.
Yeah,
it was our fault.
and also like for example, it also happened to me yesterday that UCR promote Colombia for $220. And Mario told me like, what is this? Like, what is lawyer competition? And I was like, okay, but we are gonna charge from the 300.
Why they're
So I talked with Wendy and I told her like, okay, if we want to have discounts, first we have to talk with all the VPs to see if we can align the discounts to everybody. So it's like saying, for example, like EF in Cartago sells like cheaper changes that in San Jose. That's stupid. Like it's not aligned. It's not an organization working for the
They're
organization.
losing so much money. Imagine they're charging 220.
Yeah, they're like, I don't know, only for a week, but they didn't like consult or say anything. I didn't like regañarlos, like, okay, don't do it because it's wrong. No, I told them like, okay, next time before communicate and we can find a way everybody can fit in that discount.
Mm-hmm.
So those things is how people work here, but we are trying to change.
But this was what we were talking about yesterday, like it's about what was the role of the MC here, In a certain amount of time, we just realized that we were advisors, we were consultancy. They do if they want you, but they don't need you. And we don't know actually in what time we said to them, you just do if you want to, because you need to. We have we thought about this. It's a strategical work, Then you do the tactical work and then you do the operational work. It's like, it's a flow, just follow it. But it was a certain point that they understood that we were just, this is just an idea. You use if you want. And then we actually give an idea we actually give a guideline to the other LCs. And these LC specific UCR was not there, he was like, what the fuck, and stuff. So became personal. But it was a lot of our fault too, on how we communicate and how our role, and for us to not be like aware of this role, and took a little bit more of care in this, sorry.
No. But I would maybe just say this specific thing with the discount, because in the end, you can say, oh, it's your discount, it's your money. But in the end, for example, for me, if LCs can earn more money, they can pay more debt. So if also in the end you let them lose more money with this, like for example.
Especially UCR, for example, or tech that are super like in depth. Well, UCR is not in depth, but it's going.
They did it because they did, like when you told me, like I told you why. It's because we don't have numbers and we want to increase numbers,
Okay.
but that's
because for me, what is the problem when people want a lot of discounts and give a lot of discounts, because they do not understand the value of the product.
Yeah.
Because they think that in order to make product more attractive, you need to make it cheaper. While actually,
For example, like this, I don't know how I'm talking about.
yeah.
For a GCP.
So for me, like people did then, this is for me to understand for all the programs actually, what is the value of this program, And it also happened with IGIP, like we had UCR that wanted to give TN for like 300, raising fee, and it's like, you are giving things for free. You are giving something that actually brings value to people for cheaper. So you're decreasing the value for them, They will not even re-raise this shit. Like seriously. So focus on this. And for example, for this, we had a session with Inkai, and he really like slapped them there, Like if you want to put discounts, then he's like giving your ass to people, like please,
Yeah, you're not selling. You're like, please, for the love of God, buy from me. It's $10. No, I pay you to get the internship.
Yes, like Alejandro did.
Yeah.
for
Oh
me,
my God.
discounts, it will work like in a specific time, like we already planned the discount, not because we need numbers, make it for free.
Yeah.
Like that's but
one more for OGTP.
You have
Do you have
any
any
doubt?
questions?
Yes. I think this is most important.
I want you to clarify something.
Especially this semester, a lot of time we spend on establishing systems.
As just what I said to you, like first semester was the strategical and tactical work. Second semester was operational, like you're not putting leads, you're not putting pop-ups. What the fuck is happening? Here is the thing, like this
Where
is
do you
one.
measure the pop-ups?
Huh?
Where do you measure?
Same
Podium.
here.
No, in Podio.
The other one.
In Podio, yeah.
In Podium?
Yes.
Because that's my game.
Yes. So like it was of course a lot about our role as MC and how it became, but it was one of the reasons that we were so stressed in the end, like we were so and we had so many problems of communication and stuff because we're trying to implement things. So let's implement, we already thought about this. You had a semester to put it and it was not happening. So like for you too, especially in OTP.
but also like I've seen the change, like I've been in Costa Rica. So I've seen that with this MC, like everything changes because processes are more aligned and we have like tools, we have this and that. And before we didn't even know how to sell an OTCP. And right now I think everybody knows how to sell it, they just do it. So they like with this MC we gain a lot of knowledge. I think that's like a base of everything. But at the end, like we need to have more actions, but it's part of the because how we make them okay. Hey, make your team act or something like that. So, but I think this MC did great stuff like for OGCP.
Specifically, and that's what I was saying the other day. We went to LCCR, LCM, and then everyone was selling OGCP in one. They were doing a team building. One part of the table was OGCP. Then everyone was very good, and I was like, "What's happening?" Like everyone, I was asking these questions like, Do you know what's the legality of the organization? Then
Yes, we're an NGO.
so what do you have universities? We just have an office. We're in charge of the company. Like they knew everything. They were prepared to sell. Now and we were asking Wendy like what is the problem that they don't want to sell?
And it was not even Wendy that told me, okay, we are not doing things. We're the members. They approached me and they told me like it's because we thought we were like the best team and we have all the qualities to be the biggest team here in Costa Rica that we forgot that for achieving things we have to act. And I was like, okay, thank God you realized. And I was talking to Chama yesterday that we have like, let's say we wait for months because they didn't like act, but for me it's not a waste of time, it's an investment if they realize right now that they are not acting and they need to act to achieve what we are planning. So right now they are conscious that they need to start acting and I think they are acting right now. Let's see what happens.
This is really you will give them a session about implementing change, that you have that curve, and like I think actually this behavior is not like a behavior that is bad or anything. It's like a normal behavior, when you implement a change you actually like 50 states of grief, like first you have denial and then you have anger, and then you have all of these things. So like it's the same thing about change, you're implementing something that is new, that is more difficult, that you will actually spend a lot of energy, that will spend a lot of HR, for them to have better results. So it's normal that we have some obstacles, that you have some people that don't understand that they have to act, it's not just about education and you have to audit and stuff like this. It's a hard work. So maybe that's why, but now then you have like one of the curves, one of the hard times it's over. Now you will have a lot of hard times, of course, because it's normal, but you also have like, a free road to go, like sure, and you can have a lot more velocity.
I think in this example, like on the UCI LCM, I talked a lot with Louis, and for him, Wendy's team is also a big problem because there's members coming to him saying like, what's happening? We're not doing anything. So I think they realized, but I think it's a lot on Wendy to actually give them tasks and to track them because right now she's doing everything herself.
And
so
team meeting was really
yeah. So I think it's also a lot about getting the VPs to let go, even if now they want to do something.
And I think like we all understand that because I was VP and I remember when I was VP it was hard to me like they didn't go like my baby and like they're gonna fuck them up, so I need to have these things, but they have to trust in their team and like everything begins if, like I was telling Chema yesterday, if they see us as a team, like working together and we communicate everything, we have to be role models. And the way we approach to our VPs and the way we approach to the LCs, it has to be like, we need to analyze how it should be because right now, I think that like the biggest lack that we are having MCLs is communication and like the way MC approach and also how the S approach to the MC. Because sometimes they only approach when they have problems, and that's not it. They have to approach us to like, okay, I have this idea, we should implement it, things like that. Not only with problems. So we have to, as a team, analyze like compliance or something like that. Or if you have ideas, how we can like increase like the confianza, trust in us.
Totally.
I have one more thing for GCP actually, because in the replanning, the thing that AI also told us is to plan the goals for December 2015 realization. So as you can see there, this was our plans, for different months, so you can take it afterwards. But you can see for December 2015, in terms of realization, what we had in mind was 100% growth compared to the numbers of semester 2014. So the first semester we had
100, no,
we had 92, no, how many? 83 realization. So that was our, because, they told us to kind of plan more than us, So when I asked, then David said, well, I think we could do 100% growth.
That means
I didn't get that.
I don't get the two.
so if we did 83, the idea is that we grow 100 and we do around 3 times
How much is your time? Not the time.
800, no,
160.
166.
That's what we
Ah,
From
okay.
when to?
From
So
January, July.
From July to December 2014, we read some numbers. So
Okay.
our suggestion would be 100%.
Okay, when you're going to plan your numbers, you get these numbers and then you get a relative growth of 100%. So like when you're going to plan, you're planning 166 realizes, because this is what we get July to December.
Yeah, it's a suggestion. If they achieve this in December last year, we should achieve 100% more.
This was what we envisioned when we were doing replanning in January.
Uh-huh.
No, in December.
In December.
And also because of
12 of December.
of this, like with this,
No,
like the conversion
sorry.
rates, like, yeah, that thing. We have everything like more than 100, so we should like continue.
Yeah, that was the suggestion because actually we planned 200% growth when we started our term.
Too thirsty.
Not
No,
necessarily.
ambitious. Yeah.
But I think right now, like, things are possible because we have tools. We already have them. They just have to use it. So I think it's like,
Hopefully.
So
Okay.
see.
Should we take 1 minute to look at it?
Of course. Go,
Or
go,
like
go.
you can go on.
I need what?
To what? What you're doing? What you're doing.
Watch.
Okay. Okay.
we should finish.
No, we should. We have half an hour actually.
No,
Exactly. We have exactly half an
no,
hour.
because we started what? At
1:18.
I need to.
Yes, but that means because we are late. So that
Te mando
we
saludos,
need to
Liz.
cut a little.
We will cut.
Because we're supposed to start at 1.
Cata viene.
So we're supposed to
a
finish
Panamá.
now.
No, Cata la de Nicaragua.
Okay.
So we have
¿Cuándo
max
viene?
15.
El
Ok.
9 de julio sacan aquí en el yo le dije. Pero ella vive porque viene.
Let's get
O
snacks.
sea, es que Cata está hablando la siempre, ¿verdad?
From behind. From
Pero
behind.
es que me escribió para ver que si habían buses. Do you guys know because you went to Panama? So there's another way to go to Panama. Like, that's it's like a drug.
Yes, I don't know.
It's
I'm
another
sorry.
way to Panama instead of take those or Express or only those.
Panama. Panama Express.
Yeah, only those, right?
Or you can go to David.
Which
That's the city.
okay.
But what
From
is?
David? Then you pass to Panama City.
And
If you want to go to Panama City.
I don't that yeah, because she wants to see it cheaper. It's actually big.
Yellow.
But I would say probably Panama Express is the cheapest.
Yeah. And it's also like more secure because in David you have to take another.
I think about it's expensive.
Yeah. But they give you like a big one as well.
No, but it's only when you go with
Because I went to
business
Nicaragua.
ejecutiva.
Because I went to Nicaragua and I had no food at all. It was just like
Yeah, but it was freaking cheap.
it was $64
Yeah.
going back.
Yeah.
$64.
Oh my God, to Montezuma you paid
$30.
$30.
So
Well, it's 64 plus the 14 to leave the country.
yes,
And how much Nicaragua charge for leaving the country? Like 8?
6.
8 for teachers.
Yeah, I paid 6. We paid 5 actually.
So it's $20 in taxes of leaving the country.
And
To Panama you have $10.
Nicaragua.
what happened?
No,
I
Panama
thought
doesn't
you were-
have living taxes.
No.
No.
No, pero impuestos arriba siempre lo cobran.
The best is in Europe. Just go. Just go. And then you're in a different country and you didn't even realize.
Actually, for
train,
example,
right?
on South America, like Brazil, to go to Chile or to go to Argentina or to go to Peru and stuff, you don't need you don't even need passport. Only your ID, if it's like from less than 10 years, you can go like for Argentina and stuff like that. You don't have to pay or anything because of the Mercosur.
I can move inside all the states of Mexico without even ID.
This is cool.
This is cool.
This is cool. Brazil is also like this.
Costa Rica also.
Costa Rica, right?
You know everything out
You
there.
can go to Argentina
Wow.
without ID.
Yeah, that's cool.
You need a visa for Qatar.
And a sweater.
When I went to Poas, I have my ticket, from National. So that's when people ask for my passport, I just give the ticket from Poas. And I'm like, I'm National, I'm sorry. I paid only $1. It's like a lot more easy than have the visa.
Yo también acá, y la que se cosecha, la que andamos buscando, escucha.
Hola.
Let's go.
Okay. You start now.
Okay, OGIP. So as you saw, for many years, it has been the program that has been, let's say, growing the least or even decreasing. It's like last year, I think it still grew. This year, we are decreasing.
It's a global trend, I think, for Latam and cluster 4 countries.
Yeah, like you have specific countries that are growing, but I don't know actually if it's in general for cluster 4.
It's in general for cluster 4 and also the countries that doesn't have a high quality education.
So if you look at the numbers, we had the plan 40, 44, 24 that was supposed to for the whole year. After replanning, we had 30, 26, 18. Delivered this around 17. To be really honest, we do not have a specific number for this because we also do not have the CRM for OGIP. And we have
Big mistake.
no, but actually 16 and 13 are good. So as you can see, actually, from race to match and from match to real life, the conversion is pretty high. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, actually, this is totally on the outside of the GIP things, OGIP matches, for example, because 94% of matching conversion rate is like fuck, like in Brazil I think it's 25% or 30% or something like this, so it's incredibly high.
Also, what I can maybe say, you can see like between 30 and 17 is actually a gap of 50%, But this is because when we planned the 30, the point was to actually run very strong promotion with UCR and also run Shape Colombia, where a lot of numbers were supposed to come, and Shape Colombia didn't end up that well in the end.
Because they were not accepting Latin.
Because
Colombia, first they go and still sell.
That's not the thing, because suddenly the whole world was selling Colombia, was selling Shape Colombia, because before they had problem with supply, but suddenly everyone was selling, so they could pick. So of course they pick, I don't know, more Europeans, more native speakers.
It's true. That's how companies select, or in Asia, they tell us, I just want to. Literally, it's like, okay.
I'm screwed.
I'm screwed to it.
Yes,
No more fish for you, Maria.
They just want a native speaker or near to natives.
So the point was that we actually planned a lot of success with this project, and then there was the factor we couldn't influence. But suddenly there was a lot of demand for those TNs, and ours were not such a huge priority for them anymore.
Because we talked to them, I remember it was like one of the first projects that I had here. It was Shape Colombia. So we made a website, we made special promotion, we had a specific timeline only for UCR and tech, We
had interns raised.
we had VPs that actually wanted to go there, and then they just
because this was something that we were like, okay, so this is for sure. So we promised to the EPs, and then
we fought with Vivi's, like, no, we have to do this, and she was like, do OGTP with her, no, let's do OGIP, and then we just.
And also, they didn't have the right JDs, because in the JDs they accept everybody, not only like
and the issue right now, something that I told Honky is that every single person that I have talked with hates the project.
That's really what.
So I told Honky, I think that you should check on your quality because I cannot.
So Raf got match with Shape Colombia.
No.
But he loved it because he's Raf.
So like
so sub products.
Yeah, sub products first. So Ah, no. So products. Today now in Costa Rica we sell actually education.
Mhm.
We said education, so it's things like teaching actually, especially for Brazil, right? In Spanish, this is the thing. Yeah, you say Mariana is lying, every time I lie.
Marianne is correct.
Okay. And we also sell business and marketing. So business administration and marketing. We have some IT, but just because we are pendejos, because IT is like something that it's decreasing, on IJP in the world. So it's like we will not have supply, for IT, and we don't have actually people that are so that had the actually the right. How can I say this? Yeah, the right profile to go to IT. They don't have like a special, awesome.
They are really, like the programs are really, really specific.
Exactly.
So it's really hard to find the people. So we can't compromise to have IT people because they are all like the same and they don't like fulfill it.
Especially this is something that tech really, really wants to drive because they have a whole, bunch of IT students.
Because they are technical.
Because they're technical. However, what I heard is that most of those students, it's very easy for them to find a job afterwards, so it's not necessarily that relevant for them to go for an internship. And of course, what Fabiola said, like IT as a sub product globally. Before it was really high, AI was pushing it. Now they're nothing specific. And then you have the challenge of some companies with specific languages, and not everyone has these specific languages. So sometimes you think, oh, there is actually a lot of TNs, but maybe your profile with the languages that you can code in is maybe 5%.
Actually, we heard this information from Viz when she came here, and she was like, because we were fighting with her, let's do OJP. Actually, David was fighting for her, let's do OJP, and then he wanted to do IT too, and then she was like, you are so fucking stupid if you run IT, because first you will not have the right profile, because people want German, they want Germans, they want people from Europe, they want another type of thing, another type of language that you will not have here. And the second thing is people is not selling IJP like IT anymore. Not like they are not selling, but it's decreasing. So you're going to focus your energy and your resources in something that in like, I don't know, could be 6 months, could be 2 years, you will not have the best supply ever, So why don't you put your energy and resources in something that is certain, like you actually will have it.
And the other thing was like we had the TNs because, for example, Guatemala, it had a lot of TNs, but the IT people from here, they want to go to Europe. They don't want to go to Central America, Latin America, because like in Europe, it's like the technology and everything, and also they want to go to Chile, but like it's really hard to match. I don't know why it's really hard to match because the Ricans in Chile, like I don't know.
You don't like us.
Yeah. Camilo, huevón.
There's a lot of IT in your
Yeah, but then, for example, for many TNs, they want to match within a month, so no visa process, or this kind of things, right?
And also,
it really depends. And for example, for Germany, you need to be a student. For France, you need to be a student. UK is only accepting Europeans, like EU citizens, So in general, it's very difficult to match with Europe. So it's also about setting expectations with the people. Like go to LATAM or go wherever in the world, but you cannot just all focus on Europe.
And also because we don't have like it's really hard to recruit people from IT because we don't. I'm not an expert in IT. Nobody is expert in IT in ISAC, like at least in OGLP. So we recruited like CVs, like people just by looking and see, okay, yeah, it looks like pretty good. So really good. And
It says that he has
and we should do like more specific interviews. We didn't do that. Like there's a lot of technical things for IT that we are missing. That's why we shouldn't focus in that product. Even though let's say there's like TMs. Like for me, it's not like the focus. And like since I'm in ISAC, I work in OJP. It's the first time working with GCP. First we were working administration, then IT, and now education is like the highest thing. But it's not working.
Yeah, we're not saying it's like it's just something that with the other options that we have, that is business administration and teaching, that people actually want to go abroad to sit to do the internships. Our market here is people that are already graduated. It's not people that are in college anymore. So you have these people that it's difficult for them to find jobs. So then you send them abroad. It's like a most wild, market than IT. So put resources in IT. It's not like wrong. It's just stupid, because you will not have the same results if you put the same amount of resources in the other two subproducts.
And we also try to manage this offline. So the people just send me the CV, I send it to the companies. If they like it, I raise it and match it.
Yeah.
But it didn't work too because they were not IPs, so they were not committed to that thing, and they have jobs and everything. So it's really hard.
So you will finish studying and then go on to.
Like,
Okay.
and also they have to be like trilingual.
Yeah.
I'm not bilingual.
Okay, L season 1. Go.
Well, so the LC that are running right now is UCR and Tech.
Mhm.
But some are still, of course, like, oh, here one EP, there one EP. But still, for them, they just have coordinators. It's not like they have their specific LCEP,
Yeah.
And what I would say, actually, the market is more UCR than Tech. For me, Tech is running because they want money.
Yes.
Because, of course, OJIP gives 500, GSPP gives 300. So for me, the market would be more Tech, more UCR. Also because they have larger variety and people also have more money.
And it's something more about like why, because OJP of course is a really good, it's like the fucking good program, and stuff, but it's just something that in my opinion, for example, in Isaac you have like a curve. First you learn to run OGCDP, then you first run ITDP, then you learn to run OJP and then IJP. Like it's a curve of knowledge, of education. So like people are not, they don't know how to run OCDP still. OCDP has a process that are lacking phases. They don't have like they need to focus on, they actually can have the best results right now, and then put some energy on other things that could give some like more money, for example, because the fee is a little bit higher. But it's not something that I would say to you like, oh yeah, we have to put all of effort here because OJP is amazing, because first we don't know the market as like well as we could. We don't know the products actually well as we could. So it's difficult to sell something that you don't know. Like you don't know that people actually want to buy, and it's in my opinion that's why, because you have the process that you have already in OTGP that are not running 100% of excellence. You have any process on OJP right now. Right now we don't have it. We have like we don't have like a place for you to put. We don't even have like a CRM for OJP.
And we don't even have like a brand.
Yes, we don't have like, but the brand, I think, well, we don't have a brand. We don't have the CRM. We don't have, like a specific VPs on the places to run the program. So it's like, it's something that it has to begin from the very roof, to grow. Because right now, if we grow from the middle of the what is the thing? Tronco, the cauli, huh? Yeah, like the middle of the tree, you don't have anything to, step on it. So it's like,
It's a startup.
yeah, it's a start. You need to start this, like.
And you said, for you, which one is more difficult, OGIP or IGIP?
Oh,
In my opinion, IJP,
Okay.
it's more difficult than OJP. But I
For
can
you,
be,
IGIP is the top.
yeah, it's the top. It's what
Actually,
you do
to
when you
do-
have actually maturity. When
But
you're-
here in Costa Rica, we need to.
Yeah, but here in Costa Rica is different. It's because IJP is financial sustainability. It's not about education. You just like you jump these phases because you need money, and IJP is what brings money to the houses.
I think another bottleneck is like there is not understanding of the program.
Mhm.
Like almost, I think the only one that can manage it's me because I'm working on JP since I'm like born nice. But like for me, it's really hard to make people understand that OGIP has a value and they don't see the value. And also, like, I think it's because they don't see that they're important in the organization because we don't have support. Like, I really didn't care if I didn't have support. Like, if I had numbers, everything was okay. But you feel like rejected by OGCP. You feel like you're not important and you're just there to waste your time. So it's really hard for me to motivate my VPs or my managers. Since I'm NST, I've been having like 6 or 7 managers in 6 months. Like, it's stupid because like it's not. I cannot continue with the processes because I have to relocate the person and then he leaves and then another comes and it's all like
But actually, for me, to attract and to raise, the most easy is OJIP. Like, one day we're going to put like internships abroad in
But the
UCR.
thing is, we don't catch the attention of the people we really care about because
Yes,
it's
yes,
random people with random cities. Like,
I know. But to get people is very easy. But the thing is that getting the right people and the matchable people. That's the thing.
So
More bottlenecks?
probably get into this.
Okay. No, you don't want to start?
I feel like I'm asking.
No,
But this is good.
5 minutes.
because
So-
you're gonna help me plan.
So, but we're gonna continue OGIP if people want to.
The thing is that
Because basically you're saying it's not relevant right now in the growth model. It's difficult here. Plus people feel rejected by everyone and it's eating up resources. So, but
the thing they want to do. it
You're
because
saying
of-
what I don't want to say. It's because
so
yeah.
so
It's because I'm giving like really personal opinion here, you know, and I don't even know if, for example, David agrees with me, you know, but in my opinion, yes, OJP now it's only eating up resources
Yeah,
and
for-
not
for
doing
me-
anything.
Yes, for me too.
For being in NST, like when they did me like evaluation of my, I say like I sucked first. I didn't like experience because I didn't have support, and then like I like right now like I don't see how we can improve in OJP because now I'm MCP OGCP and that should be my focus. And like if we are gonna continue OJP, I have to open an NST position, but I had the worst experience at being NST of OJP, so I won't open a position that is gonna like make the
because
like a crappy experience. No, I don't want that. So first, like I want to talk with my VPs, OGCP. They need to be focusing on OGCP, but let's see how they manage this because right now in their areas they have managers, and I think they are implementing OJP because of just that. But they don't know where to match them, how to match them. They don't know which is
In my opinion, it's a totally more difficult process, you know, like the TDP, and you have like actually the interviews are a lot more deeper, and you like it's a lot of difference, you know, that people are not prepared to implement here, and we don't even know how to implement the things on OTDP that it's a lot easier. So it's like.
Yeah.
As I said, I think you should totally get the V perspective on this. Totally. This is like totally, how can I say? You need to, you know, like write him an email, you know, and stuff like this. He needs to give the perspective. But at the same time, I don't know.
What I would also say is to speak with AI about this, you know, because also closing a program completely in the country leaves then a huge gap if somebody wants to re-implement it. You know, like because there is no one that never heard about OGIP. After 2 years, there will be no one that even has idea what is OGIP, you know.
plus within your term you already closed and then opened IGIP, right?
No.
That's what Rodo told us. That in the first semester you closed it and the second you opened it.
Well, we ran with specific managers, with specific sellers, you know, so it was not running DLCs, but they still knew about the program. We still did accountability, for example, for DLCs about our numbers, you know. They still had some interns. UCR was still having re-raises, you know, they just didn't do sales. So just UCR was still running the program, but there was just no sales, you know, no new raises on DLC level. So other LCs that did not have anything, they did not get in touch with IGIP, you know.
Do you think that UCR and Tech have the capacity to do OGIP, to do 4 programs?
Personal opinion?
No.
Are they doing 4? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Only UCR is doing.
Yeah, because Tech
Well,
doesn't have
technically, when
IJP.
I start doing it, but I told
It's fine,
that
they're
I did
fine.
UCR is doing 4 programs.
Yes, Tech and Una 3 and OSC 2.
And which one are Tekanuna?
No, actually it was C3.
Tekanuna are doing, which one are they doing?
They're doing all but IJP, right? Tekanuna.
Una IJ.
One is IJP and no
Ona
OJP.
did IJP, but then they lost all their.
So it's the two GCDPs and then Una is IJP.
Ona was now. They're not doing.
There's
IJP.
just GCDP.
They're restarting. They have VP IJP actually.
So actually 4.
Yes, but the OGIP they don't have any specific people.
Yeah, they
working
don't
for
have a
OGIP.
VP, you know. So
Or
they
it's
don't
only when it appears.
They
If
just
they appear, they
they don't look
profile
for
they
them.
raise exactly.
Like Ivan,
Yeah.
apparently.
no, it's not.
how
Even
Okay.
what is his name?
And Tech has no IGFP.
Yes,
That
right.
time.
But they want to.
They're trying.
but they don't have any person responsible right
No,
now
no, no.
because that's what the Stephanie was asking.
But they want to do
Stephanie wants to put
The thing I think
Coordinator under her.
or to TM
Coordinator under Stephanie.
And Ula
or
sees
TM
2.
I
or
don't
give it
have
to
the
TM.
name.
Makes sense.
To see.
No, I
Makes
told her
sense.
just-
Makes a lot of sense.
but that's
Okay.
sarcastic.
Of course.
Pau is like,
Totally.
OJP to TM?
No.
IGIP.
Because
No.
she actually told me that Diego wants
Yes.
to do.
OGIP.
Yeah.
OGIP.
Under
Diego
TM.
wants to do
Diego wants to become
OGIP. That's why.
OJP.
instead of VP.
No.
No, it's because
No,
I'm always
both,
leaving.
both.
I'm
Both.
leaving.
Under.
Again, I don't have a manager again, but yeah, Alfred leaving because he was gonna start his professional practice. That's it. So Diego wants to be, but Diego needs to be focusing. Like, okay,
He's very good.
like
at
for
that.
JP is complicated.
I think he doesn't really, he thinks like TM isn't cool enough. Like he wants to be operational because he wants to do more. He's like really
It's because
committed.
he was OGCP,
Yeah,
so
he
he
knows-
was really operational.
So he wants to do more.
But
And
he's
he
amazing
feels that
as
in TM he can't do more.
I think that the thing with OJP first, like we don't have the knowledge. Like I can say that I have the basic knowledge, and I haven't like grew in like knowledge of OJP or anything because I hadn't like maybe look for the resources because I didn't feel motivated for the program. I think we want to implement this. I think for next year, like getting the basis because I really maybe find like have online seeder or something like that teach us how really to sell OGIP, what is the value of OGIP, what is everything because they are expert in a network. The thing is we don't use them and I don't know why we don't use them. I know why I was not that motivated. I don't know. But the thing is like if we want to implement this, first we have to generate a basis that is like looking like knowledge outside Costa Rica, like I know people in Peru. Peru it's really good at Peru. Yeah, Peru. Yeah, Peru. I think yeah, Peru is really good at OJ. Yeah, Peru. And also like Colombia. Colombia is amazing at OJP. So looking seeders from there or something like that, but not for this, not for fish with like.
Exactly, you know, like for example, promotion. We don't have any, talking about promotion, marketing in local level, we're not giving any support to OJP, for example. So even the managers, even when UCR had Luis as VP, Karina was like, oh, but I have to work for you. I thought I had to work only for OCDP. You know, like they don't understand. They
don't care,
inside, yeah, they don't care about OJP. So first you have to actually raise the why about it, you know, the program, the awareness about the program, you know, like, and this was something that, like, for example, all the materials that you have from Talentos Globales was only national, you know, and then, but we never had, for example, like a promotion timeline, we never had, it was just like people come and then we do it, you know, because we were focused on OTDP. And then, like, OJP got, so
how did this happen? That's amazing.
yeah, it's just people that wanted to come, you know.
Because it's very easy to study it.
But also, especially this materialization
this
is
is
because of
material.
huge pipeline that
Yes.
was created from before. And then, you know, everyone had their managers.
Because
and
these are raises, not available people.
But they are all matched and went abroad to do an internship.
No, not all of them.
These.
Like there is around
13.
five of them are new. Like up till end of March, we had 11 raises for the whole year.
Mm-hmm.
So there's like 5, 6 new just now.
But there's 13 real lives
Yeah.
divided by 2 LCs. right?
More national actually, not the else's.
National.
Yeah.
Ah.
Her.
Ah.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
But the thing is, like working alone sucks.
Yeah.
I didn't have the minimums, I didn't have team, I didn't have motivation, I didn't have like anything. So like
Honestly, like.
Yeah.
honest or like if you want me to be honest, if I want to continue the program, no. If I want to like say not do it again anymore, not.
It's
But
difficult, right?
yeah, it's difficult because it's like this is my baby, like it's me, my baby since I was in Isaac, so it's hard to say like not working this. But the thing is like I have to be objective and have like a really big perspective of what is gonna work and what is not gonna work. Maybe this semester OJP is not gonna work, but maybe for next year it can be like the highlight of the year. Like maybe we can make OJP grow like never before. But right now we need to focus in OGCP growing and like people if they don't actually like if they don't take action in OGCP, they're not doing in OJP. So
For me, this is the root of the problem.
So right now, if we
priorities.
don't do anything in OGP, UCR and Tech are gonna try to do it on their own.
I
And
think
then
you
next
should
semester we
maintain,
could see.
you know, it's more
Yeah, yeah,
about
maintain.
management of what you have and like don't let the thing, you know, like go, but keep on the you know, like the breathing capacitor and stuff like this, you know, like it's laid down on coma, you know, so you just keep it alive, you know, but you don't actually,
You understand?
you don't, you understand what I say.
Sometimes you go on disconnected.
Don't let it go, you know. Yeah. Don't let it go. Keep on the breathing, you know, like you know.
Yeah,
but I think so.
I think this is connected with giving them structure and giving them
Exactly.
expectations, you know? So they can expect like, okay, you're gonna be connected like this. I'm not gonna disconnect it, but I'm not gonna, you know, repair your lungs.
Totally.
You know?
You have,
For
you know,
this,
mechanical lungs.
You're
Be
gonna-
aware of this.
You're not gonna function, but you're gonna. Yeah, but I think like we need to focus just.
You made it. Oh, so beautiful. Exactly like this. Okay, so this is it.
Any last questions because we're very much over time.
30 minutes.
Or
This is so interesting.
next session.
Next session is about TMP TLP, and then we'll have to.
Yay.
Okay.
So-
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
What hours?
No, Maru.
Very fast. Man.
Eh?
You know what? It's very funny. Me
But
and
not
Mariana,
Maru.
we said
Oh,
she's
yeah,
the mother,
so
I'm the
I'm
grandmother.
Why?
No matter.
Because I was married.
Okay. I will think
Ah,
about
yeah.
If I did something wrong, you will say like,
Yeah.
opa, quebrou. Já era.
You can make it up.
¿Cuánto tiempo tenemos? Ya nos vemos bien.
5 minutes.
You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Two. Yeah, one to go to
Yes.
the kitchen, 3 minutes there, and then one to
3
come back.
minutes?
Mariana, can you
Yeah,
make
yeah.
coffee?
I will.
I'll bring tomorrow.
People dying.
50,000 colones.
Who in UCR and Tech is doing OGP? Is there?
Oh, bring one coffee.
I took a picture with you.
Brandon, yeah.
Brian.
Ah, Brian. Okay.
And in tech is Alfredo, but he's quitting. He already quit. So Diego wants to back, but he's not ahead.
So just like one person in the OGCP team is doing. Okay. Interesting.
I almost hit you. Pues puta, what's happening?
Chill.
Oh my god. Maybe the stuff I know that.
El cigarro.
¿Qué estás fumando?
¿Quién?
¿Quién? Yo creo. Tú no fumas, ¿cierto?
No,
Pero fumabas.
no, nunca he fumado.
A mí a veces, yo creo que el viernes voy a fumar.
No, no me
Y
gusta.
marihuana tampoco.
Me agarra dolor de cabeza.
¿Marihuana?
Nunca, o sea, nada.
Nada.
No. Soy un niño bien. Bien aburrido. Hola, Maru. Iba a decir
Ay.
algo. Ok, Camilo.
Omite eso, Mario.
No sé cómo ponerle pausa. Es que no se puede poner pausa.
No escuchaste
Mira.
nada, Maru.
Podemos desactivar el micrófono.
without presentation. So I'll try to do my best to also give you a lot of data, but hopefully I can recover information from my computer and then I'll send you the proper information.
Even the PPQ again.
Hopefully, because right now I cannot even get to my computer, so I cannot do anything. But like in general, the agenda about this session, it's first to talk about the last Q review. So that means like what has happened, some numbers and retention rate and proactivity. Yeah. Then the second thing was talking about IXP. So everybody knows what is IXP? Yeah, you know? IXP. It's when members go for exchange or when the people that are coming from exchange joining as members. So it's integrated exchange experience.
Returning.
Like when returning becomes members or when members go for exchange.
Integrated experience.
Integrated experience, I think it's integrated experience program, I think is the short. So we will talk about IXP, then we will talk a little bit about timelines of elections, because there's also something that you should soon be thinking about. Then we will talk about transition and structures. Okay, so anytime you have some questions, please just let me know, but this is like the main point, and then of course all the questions you have, I'll try to answer it as good as I can. Okay, so let's start with like the previous Q overview, and how should I do it so everybody sees? Can I unplug it or you don't have battery?
It's gonna die quickly, but yeah.
Maybe. It's so weird to see myself there.
Mine? Yeah, why not? Grocery? You want or no?
Yeah, a little bit, but a little bit. Okay, so if you can just click. Okay, so I'll present you some of the numbers that are from closer. Some of the numbers that were from the last recruitment. As you all know, the last recruitment was February, March. Some of the LCs like Una and Tech, they have quite similar timeline. So these people, they had recruitment that was ending end of February. Then Ulasit, they have it earlier, and UCR, they have it like third week of March. So let's say más o menos, from February, March, these numbers. So the number that was planned to achieve of members was 181 in total. In total, to have 181 people in total for ISO Costa Rica. This was for all 4 committees. What they achieved was 171, so they almost reached all their goals in terms of the plan versus achieved. We were running a recruitment campaign, recruitment challenge, and actually it was Ulasit that won the campaign with the best result of the recruitment. But like in general, the recruitment went
last year.
It was this recruitment that just passed, the last one. So the UCR recruited for the total number of 66 members. Una was around 40 members. Tech was 36 members, or something like this. This is más o menos, okay? I'm very sorry for that. Yeah, and Ulasit for total 20 members. So they had some still members left from the previous recruitment, but also not that many. As you can see that the total, if you count it together, could be like 110. So, you see that they recruited almost the old bases that they had.
But we are talking only members, right?
Only members.
Yeah, I have a question, but
yes.
For example, you see 60?
Like a total number, 66.
But really, you say really needs
that's the other thing that we will talk a little bit later, like how productive they are and how many members they have, what are the results. Because of course, like the trend here is that let's have many members here, and then people don't really have work to do. So this is also, yeah, this is also one of the bottlenecks of TM in general, is that there are a lot of people that they actually don't even have defined task what to do in DLC. And of course, then there are 10 designers that they never designed anything, and then they leave, So of course, this is very connected to a retention rate and the dropout ratio that they have very high in TM basis. But so that's why also, like, almost every recruitment, you recruit all the members. Like, let's say tech, in the last semester, they only had EB and maybe 2-3 members, so they had to recruit everybody, And most of the LCs are like this, that they stay, in the end of the term, they stay EB plus few people here and there,
But it's always like that.
Yeah. Yes, that is the thing that one of the very big bottlenecks of TM is the retention rate, because people cannot, or LCs cannot retain people for a longer period than 3-4 half a year, 3-4 months or half a year. Okay, so this is the planned versus achieved. So recruitment went well, but then what happened later? It's a different thing. Yeah. Now from the last Q, this is, as I said, this is the last Q review. That means from like December, January until March, April. Okay, so we had like productivity 0.7 exchange per member. That means that you need like how to say it, like
1.5 members to exchange it.
no, 0.7, like no,
Yes,
actually
yes.
no. You to raise one person in the system, it's more than one member or 2 members that needs to be included in order to have just one raise.
So 2 members do 1.5 exchange.
Yeah, and that's the medium, because some LCs are better, because let's say this Q Tech, they did quite well, in order how many members they had, but with how many races they did. But let's say UCR, that they have so many members, they have really little races for this. So of course this is the medium. Some of the LCs have a little bit higher, some of them had lower, but the fact stays that the productivity is very low. It doesn't matter if it's 0.5 or 0.9, but it's very low still, because what was agreed last semester was that each member should bring 2 exchanges. So that means that if we have 60 members in UCR, that means that we need to have 120 exchanges at least, in order to have just 2 productivity that is not so high in the end of the day, because I think the international level, or like what they are pushing, I think it's something like 3 or 4,
Yeah, for Central America it's 4 per
4 per member, So imagine, like, this is 0.7. This is very low, So so this is just also for the information that this is something that we need to work on. Then implementation of team minimus, that was like the thing that AI was pushing this year a lot. And like in promedio, in the average, it's only 25%. And why? One thing is to have it on paper implemented, and the other thing is to actually really live it, because maybe everybody has a JD, but there are really little people that are actually using it as a kind of plan, or guidelines for the members, or even like the MOS and KPIs that are in the plan, not actually, most of them are not following, like not even VPTMs knew what is MOS and KPIs, So you can see that the theory is there, maybe like más o menos, 25% implementation, but like the real implementation is very or like the execution.
But how do you track it? Because it's really hard to track team anyway.
Yeah, the thing is, like, of course, the way you can track it's very limited. Like, for example, I had a tracking tool, but it's very easy to say, yeah, I did it, But then you ask, okay, how much did you? What is your job description? You ask about it, and some people tell you, I don't even have job description, I do description.
Fuck you, you told me that they
Yeah.
have it.
So the thing is that, of course, with a tracking tool, you can say, yeah, it's 100% because they put yes. But you ask individually, people around, and you will see that actually a lot of them never even had a meeting with the VPs, or they don't have a weekly meetings or bi-weekly meetings with VPs, you know. So this is what I'm saying, that maybe on the paper you say, okay, 100% implementation, but in the reality it's not, you know. And in this moment, of course, this is only 25%, because in that moment there was only kind of beginning of the campaign, so they were slowly going for the team minimums, but now it's finished and it's still not delivered. That's for sure not, you know. And of course, like, the idea is that everybody needs to do this. The idea is that everybody understands the importance of team minimums and that they try to live it, because this is the idea. This is what we want. We want that every LCP understand the importance and do it. So then every VP does it and every team leader does it, you know. So I think it's kind of butterfly effect.
Yeah,
you know, that if the LCP is not doing it, then VPs don't know, then VP, you know.
So like every single member should know there are team minimums, because they are evaluated through them. So if they don't know they have team minimums, so they won't ask for them. But if they know, I should have a JD, why I don't have a JD? Hey, VP, come, give me a JD.
Yeah.
So
Simon,
Yeah.
go there.
No,
Like maybe we can go through each one of the team minimums and talk a little bit about this.
next session with Mariana is about team
Yeah,
minimums.
very
So we will talk about each of
Tomorrow,
them.
no?
No, right now.
It's just
The last
after this
session.
one. That's why I just said that
You can watch it.
okay,
yeah. So we will talk about each one, exactly what it means, you know, how it needs to be delivered and everything. But this is just for you the orientation number, you know, that it is más o menos this. Okay, and the retention rate there, it was just right after recruitment. So 94% is like very good, right? 94% is like awesome number, but I can guarantee you that right now it's not this number. Like, if I remember correctly, for UCR, it's right now out of 66 members that they had in end of March. Now 1 month later, or 1.5 months later, they have only 61 members. You know, or Tech, they had 35. Now it's 30 members. So like they are taking that, or Una, they recruited 40 and now they have 20. You know, so it's 1 month or 2 months later after recruitment, they have people down.
In total, in CR, ISEC Costa Rica, we are more than 100 members in total.
Right now, it's probably around 140.
Wow.
But effective members?
That is the other thing, because
effective members.
That is different. So.
There is one thing that here people have, which is called active member.
Yes, I know.
And full status member, you know. And if
you don't have it,
like active member is the one that actually never shows up for anything, but sometimes helps with the venue, so it's active member and counts as a member.
It's there.
But that person is like nobody sees.
It's like a staff. Like if you are needed, you're gonna be called out.
Yeah. So like they are out of this, let's say 140. They are for sure at least 20, 30. They are these active members, you know, that they are
like 40.
You know, just there. Yeah. So they have some rules, like in every local compendium, they have rules on who is the member that have a full status and they can vote, and who is the member that is just active and who is inactive. So they have some rules, but to be honest, I really don't know how strict they are with this, you know, following the rules, and if they even say these people to leave, you know, after some time. So actually, maybe that's also something that you can talk with your VPs, that actually drive this culture, that when the person is just active or like not really being there, why that person is in the end in the organization, you know, because then the person will say, yeah, but I said it's cool, we don't do anything. So yeah, cool, you know, join us. Like, it's just like, you know, because that actually drives the image of the organization down. If there are some people that doesn't work, or like they are not engaged, and then they are still ISECers and having this, but in the end it's like no purpose of that person being in the LC, you know?
Yeah, and maybe like we are losing people that we shouldn't be losing, because I know like some of them have gone because bad experiences, and we have like keep, we have kept the bad members, and we have like let go like a really good member. So we need to know. But for me, team minimums are for that, to evaluate like who is working. If you're not working, you have one chance. If you didn't,
Yeah, Mexico. Yeah, for example, in Mexico, you have when it is depende also like in my LC, all the members are evaluated per team. For example, if you, I don't know how to say reprobar.
If you don't pass, like if
Okay,
you're not,
if you don't pass one Q, you are conditioned. You are obligated to do this a checklist. The next plenary, you are evaluated again. If you don't pass, thank you for participating. Bye bye.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, of course, there are many ways how you can do these rules. You know, this is something that, for example, from my part, I suggested to my VPs how they can do this. You know, like having evaluation and then having some minimums attendance that you need to do, or like minimum activity and stuff like this. But at the end of the day, it depends on their local content, what they have exactly in their instructions. Yeah.
then something that you should know that from the pura vida that I want to eliminate is that we have the culture of pobrecito. Pobrecito is like poor guy. So it's like, oh, this guy had been to queues inactive, but pobrecito, like let's give him another chance, and let's give him another chance. And then the guy is like 1 year in Isaac, he didn't do anything, then he called himself Isaacer. And then like that's something that also we need to try to be like on team minimums, try to be very specific on that, on the checking and being, and as Simona was saying, like if the person doesn't fulfill it after 2 years or something, they should leave.
Yeah.
To be honest, for me, that has not much to do with team minimums. That's more like LCP stuff, compendium stuff.
But it's team minimums on the sense that, let's say, tracking. Okay, oh, the person is not using the tracking tool. It's like, oh, pobrecito, like he has too much time, so it's okay.
For me, it's also this. Of course, it needs to be a clear guidelines. When is the person still a member or not? But of course, it's very much related to actually also talking about evaluation, because in the evaluation phase, you can also write, okay, how many actually times you attend the functional meeting, how many times you attend your functional meeting. So how actually you are engaged with ISEC, because this is part of your ISEC experience, you know, and then think about productivity, all these things, and in the end, you have evaluation, and the percentage of like engagement with ISEC with the person is 0 or 5%. So in the end of the day, this person does not fulfill the team minimums experience, or like the team member experience that we want to give, you know. And that is the thing.
I always say I compare ISEC like a work. If you don't have results in any work,
you are bad. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe ISEC is not work; it's a voluntary. But if you don't work, you affect the operation of your team, because depending of your work. If you don't work, tú me retrasas a mí, and for the end of the day also.
Yeah, and you know, this is a lot of things are of course connected to each other, you know, like it's obvious, and TM is really the area that lies on everything, because we are dependent of our human resources, you know, and if these ones are not effective or not working, then we don't have nothing, you know, because operations are not going to be done without people. So that is the thing that we need to work the most, you know. But of course, like, to be like, I don't have the formula how to do it, you know, like what is the best thing, but what is for sure missing here, it's exactly this type of like attitude, that even though this is the voluntary organization, but at the end of the day, you sign up for something, you said 10 hours weekly or 15 hours weekly, and I understand everybody has school, work, family, blah blah, you know, like everybody has this, but you sign up and this is your responsibility. So if you don't want this responsibility, you are free to go, you know. This is not a, you know, a prison, you know, you don't have to do this. So and this is the thing, like those things are the ones that affect the image of the organization, because as I said, you know, if there is somebody just to have fun, it's nice, but this should not be a social club, you know.
Like always like in session and everything, I heard like TM is about and the right people in the right place in the right time.
Yes.
And sometimes, like, if we don't say to the members, the doors of ISAC are open, you can leave, but you can also return. If maybe this was not your time, but you can come back when you're more mature and you have more time or everything.
Yeah.
But like we as leaders, like the VPs, the CPs, MCPs, if one of our VPs is not working, we have to, okay, you're not working, okay, I need to find another one. So
specifically at the other day that we went to the LCM when they were going to present cases, like, and now the person that is gonna motivate the whole entity, I'm like, she's not gonna motivate you. She's like she's gonna work in some strategy for stuff, but like people think that the end for you is like.
I mean, this is something that is like in general, the motivation.
It's like marketing that is designed.
Yeah, but like I understand that a lot of things are the one that maybe it's not clear for a lot of people that this is TM, but at the end of because it's kind of, you all need to do TM. It's not only VPTM that does the TM, right? But like the misunderstanding of TM.
We have an spectrum.
Who is one? Maybe it's not.
Maybe.
But are you there? If it's yes,
Maru, you are saying hi.
And if it's not mad, okay.
Alien! Ooh, run!
This is my transition point.
Okay, but let's just continue with this. So the retention was like 94, but now, as I said to you, now it's maybe like some cases 70%, some cases 50%. It seems like this recruitment that is going to come, like in the August when the new year starts, it seems like there will be just a small recruitment that a lot of people supposedly will stay in the organization, which is actually good. So they will have like a small recruitment here and there to try to get people they are missing for the positions. Yeah. And in terms of like the division between back office and front office, we have around 107 members in front office and then around 15 back office, which is actually a good ratio because, as you know, we need to have a lot of more people in the front office than back office. Yeah, it's good for now.
Yeah.
And how are they recruiting? Like based on JDs?
So right now, how it was in some of the LC was that they were doing campaigns, and then people were either sending CV or coming for info session, and then they were evaluating the profile. Right now, what is going to happen is that, as you all know, Expa is now working. Also, TM features are there, so all the job description needs to be uploaded in the system, so people can go search for like job description, see what is the job description, and then apply. So basically, right now, like in part of promotion, it's going to be more focused on online promotion. So people see what is going to be their job description. They apply, like for TN, they apply, and then they are invited for interview, and then they do the selection process, and then the match between the position and a person, and then it's
like an exchange.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
The idea is like what we were talking the other day is that the issue right now, for example, is that members join and they don't know what they're going to do. But if they go and they say, okay, yes, I'll have to dedicate 10 years. I'll have to go to the airport. My JD will go like be an EP. Okay, yes, I want to be this. And then they apply, and then we'll know that at least this
it's going to be clear, like they will have more clear vision of what it's going to be, what they're going to do in ISEC, because a lot of times just like, yeah, let's join because of the leadership and cool experience, stuff like this, but you don't really know what to do. So basically, like this is going to be the way. So all the job description needs to be online, and then people just apply for a specific job.
Can you apply for more than one? Can you go, oh, I'd like to do this and this and this, let's see. Cool.
Like it will be something like as for TNs, like you can apply for more, and then of course you.
I have a question in Costa Rica. How ¿cómo funciona?
How it works?
The recruitment for members, for example. You interview the candidate for members in ISEC, the VPs, the RCP, or
So I'll tell you who it is. So now here, like you have a promotion. Yeah. The time you start, let's say 1 month earlier than the recruitment start. Yeah. You start with promotion, of course, online promotion that is on Facebook, social media, and then you have on-campus promotion. Usually people do class shouts or info sessions, stands, to get people to sign up. Then they have either like info session or they don't. It depends on the some of the LCs. Some LCs they are doing it, some LCs they don't. After info session, they sign up and then they come for interview. This interview, interview and assessment center. Some LCs they did it together in one day, both things. Some of them they separated. So that depends on their logistics, of course. But they do interviews and assessment centers. Usually in interviews, it's people from EB. Like be presented, and then usually TM people are there or people that are included in the. Here it's very popular to do OC, everything in OCs, so they have like OC recruitment people. So these people are part of interviews and assessment center. Assessment center, they prepare some tasks or some exercises where they assess and evaluate people. And then they have the evaluation. So that means to see which person is going to be taken, which who is not going to be taken, and which area. And then there is this seminario introductorio, SI.
And it's TM who evaluates and then gives it to the EB as a suggestion?
Usually it's EB that evaluates this, and then of course has the input from TM, but it depends who is in the interview panel. That depends on the logistics. There are not, I did not put any requirements that it has to be this way, but usually it's EB and people included in the interviews.
Okay.
Yeah. And SI. Usually here, SI is just 1 day. But of course, as I said, I don't know, this is my impression that here in Costa Rica it's very difficult to get people for 2 days somewhere, like Saturday and Sunday. So usually it's more 1 day event, with a short agenda, let's say basic agenda that needs to be delivered.
And to do SI is more expensive to do for 2 days.
Yeah. But this is like the basic timeline that everybody follows, and sometimes they skip this info session, and sometimes they are doing it, but otherwise the rest is the same. The thing is that here they have all different timelines. Every university has different timelines. So, for example, ULASIC, completely different timeline than UCR, very different. UNA and Tech are kind of the same. Usually UNA and Tech are the same timeline. But ULASIC works in 3 quadrimestres. So they basically do recruitment every quadrimestre, so 4 times a year.
The UCR work ULASIC, they have 3 quadrimestres. UCR has 2 quadrimestres. So UCR is semester, no, but it's quadrimestre. It's March, April, June, and July. And then August, September, October, November, and a little bit of December. So
yeah. So if you want to know, when ULASIC start already 2nd week of January their recruitment, imagine that UCR started the 2nd week of March their recruitment. So there was 2 months different between start of recruitment, And then UNA and Tech, they started in February, beginning of February. So it's very, very different. It works very different, yeah. So also, right now, even ULASIC, they just finished the recruitment now, a week ago. So where the others still not even planning on recruitment, So it's very different. Any more questions for the? No? This was just for your information. Which are the universities that we cover right now? sometimes it happens, they're like Universidad Estatal a Distancia. I have no clue where is this, but like sometimes so sometimes in DLCs you have also people from different universities, but most of the time it's from that particular university. Sometimes that actually happened last year that UCR had a lot of people that were not from UCR actually. Almost their entire EB was not from UCR.
Right now, there's
What means this more? This?
UNED, like one person in UNED, this was just
amount
like
of members.
just to know how many people are in the organization from which universities.
And something that I want to specify is like, for example, tech has a big market, so they know what they want. They just have tech, and then UNED, that one random member, maybe he lives around Cartago. But then the one that I want to specify that even when I was LCP was a problem is UCR. They have from ULatina 6, from Tech 2, from UNED 1, from Libre Derecho, that is private, it's okay 1, but then UNA 6. Why UCR should have people from other universities? And I understand that it's because, for example, I live 5 minutes from UNA, but I study in UCR. So sometimes it's much easier for me to be part of UNA. But then when I go and sell to my friends, there are people from UCR, and then we're taking like from other markets. Well, we have a big market in UNA, let's say, that we can use.
Also like in terms of university relationship, it's not that good if you have people from other university, because if your LC consists of everybody from ULatina or like a lot of people from ULatina, why UCR should sponsor people from ULatina, So that also, in the end of the day, could be actually a disadvantage for DLC, because, if you don't have people from UCR, then why they should give you space in UCR to have office, or why they should maybe give you transportation, because those are not their people. Those are people from other universities,
That's what happened with Cartago, for example, for the conference. Tech can bring buses, but now just for Tech, because Tech says I'm gonna give buses to my students.
Yeah.
UCR is having the university, the MOU, the memorandum of understanding, that convenio, and then UCR asked. Luis told us the other day in the BOP that UCR asked them, okay, how many students from UCR do you have? And they're like, I don't know, like 50 and 20 from other universities. Like, why should I give you a space if 20 people not from my university is gonna come here?
So this is what I'm saying. This is just for your information. This is not like the most important thing, but just that you know what type of university we cover. There is also like some LCs, they try to do expansions for any other universities they can attack. So there is a little bit of like a mess with this expansion business, like who can go and where. But we have some like spreadsheets and stuff like this that we will of course share with you, and the next days we will talk also about expansion. So we will talk a bit more about like who covers which universities. So we will go back to this topic, but for now, just this is for your information, okay? And so some of like the bottlenecks, right, that are of the TM, it's there are a few things that needs to be said. So first one is a very slow learning curve. What that means, it's like sometimes it's necessary to teach these chicos more time something, like it's not necessary, it's not sufficient enough to just say it once, sometimes you need to say it more times until they actually understand what is actually going to happen or what you want from them to do. I really don't know, like, if this is connected with like university system or like this program. I really don't know, but like this is my impression that sometimes you need to, especially the learning part, it needs to be more enforced, more stressed on it.
Do you have an example? Like we have talked about team minimums a lot, and they don't know what is.
I think we had like 1,000 times session about team minimums, and if you ask somebody to say 6 of them, they don't know.
And also the values, they don't even know.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe there is something with with the methodology we present this, maybe there is something with, maybe they don't understand us, maybe this is not the right channel we use, but the fact stays that the learning curve is very slow.
And I think they understand more by examples, not by like theoretical,
Yeah.
but by example. Like we say, okay, we're gonna talk about tracking of the minimum. So, for example, let's say, so we I think like the best way to educate them is by actions and also by examples.
For I have 2 points over there. The first one is like, for example, Nagua, the MCP terms ago, she told me that she facilitated a lot of conference around the world, and she told me Costa Rican delegation is the most difficult delegation that I have ever had because of two things. We don't show emotions, so like we will have like a serious face. We will barely, and then if you ask them, did you understand? Yes. And then when the session is finished, you will go and ask, okay, what are the team minimums? And then they will be like, what was team minimums? And she's like, dude, we just have. That's why I told you guys that when you have a meeting, at the end you should ask them, what did you understand? Don't tell them what did you guys talk, because if you ask them what did you understand, you will see that they got this, they got that, and they didn't got this. And then maybe you can put, okay, what did you understand from this team minimum? This, let's say. And secondly, we love like to lie, as I was telling, like we'll say like, yes, yes, we understand. And the second one is that, as Fai was saying, we really need to understand why. So when we want to put a change, we need to understand why we're not going to do OGIP. If Isaac International has OJP, why? And you need to go to the why, because OGDP is the biggest, OJP is very difficult, it's a lot of resources, blah, blah. And if they don't really get it, they will do it again. So it's like those two things. And as you're saying, our university style is just like we present things and then we have to go on and learn and learn. So I think it's.
I mean, like, yeah, I really think that this is also something that don't expect that if just because you said it once, or like you presented once, that means that they know what to do or how to do it, You need to make sure always that they really understand and that they can really do it, From my experience, I spent 4 hours explaining my VPTM, the timeline of recruitment, this one, 4 hours until the guy understood step by step, It doesn't matter which one, but it's about, making sure that they actually really understand what they are going to do themselves, not me saying this or you, helping them, but they know how to do it, even explain it to somebody else. And especially if it's a very important thing, Maybe if it's something not that important, it's okay, But like if it's very important to make sure that the message was said and that it was received correctly, okay?
Do you know why? I mean, there are students in universities and like they don't, right? What do you think is the main bottleneck here?
Disperse our education style, maybe.
Yeah, but maybe because they don't understand like el trasfondo de.
That's why, like the why.
Yeah, like they don't understand it. So if they don't understand it, they're not gonna understand like the whole concept of the idea. So maybe we should start up with the why of everything, Like, why should I breathe? Like, and then they're gonna breathe. Yeah. So, but that's stupid example, but it's how we work. Like, and I used to work like that, but I think Isaac had like teach me not to work like that. Like, for me, I understand like more, like faster than before, because I was like, I had a 3 conference, and the 3 conference were the same, with the same agenda, the same everything, and like until the 3rd like conference, I understand like everything. Like, it's I don't know, we're not stupid, but.
And as Fabi was saying, the facilitating style has to be very good. If you just put a PPT, they will you will see that they are writing, but they are not doing things. Like, you have to catch their attention. You have to have a lot of wow moments. Like, in every single session, you have to make something big that they will remember, or a phrase that they will remember. At the end, they will connect it easy. Because for us, it's like very difficult, like to keep with that.
That's also how, because you said about the education system, do teachers in school go like that? Like,
damn, wow.
No,
I don't learn.
Opposite.
Like, I'm in the university and I don't learn. Like, really, I learn nice.
They don't teach us like that. So, like, for us coming to Isaac and seeing the same as university, we will do the same. For example, what happened with our studies is that we go to the class, we study for the exam, and then the next day you ask us something
forget.
and we forget everything. Literally, you like teachers sometimes. My
But
teachers
that's really
do it a lot.
contradictory because they say like in Latin America and Central America, Costa Rica has the highest education, like, and we are like really like we have a lot of entrepreneurs and like a lot of ticos are working in multinational companies, and but that's like contradictory because in Isaac it's really hard like to work and to understand, and like for me, for example, in my university, like I'm studying business administration because I have to, not because it's my passion. And also sometimes people do things but just because they have to do it, not because they like it. So if we can find a way that they feel like I like it, I feel passionate about it, I feel motivated, there are not things they don't like. Because I don't know if you get my point yet. Yeah. Because that's what ticos, they're like ticos, we're really like emotional. Okay, if we don't feel like attached to the program or to anything, we don't care. It's there, but we don't care. But if we okay, I'm in love, I'm gonna care.
And I think, for example, that's why it's so easy for my brothers to see the value, because they have seen how much I have grown, so they don't need to get the why because they see it on me. So examples, bringing alumni, connecting everything with someone is much easier for us to see it. That's it.
And then
Question. You?
No.
No, ¿todo bien? ¿Me entiendes?
Sí,
¿Qué
sí.
digo? ¿Todo? ¿Sí?
Sí, sí.
Me digas si no entiendo.
No, no, él es very quiet.
Me gusta tu acento.
Okay, so the next point, it's about not enough leadership. What I mean with not enough leadership is like the empowerment of leadership. What I mean by this, it's here, how it works is you have a VP, and VP has team leaders, and then the team or project managers, and then the project manager has members, and you ask your VP, hey, what about this IGCDP project? Like, how is this working? Actually, I don't know. I have to ask my project manager, and stuff like this, like VP doesn't know enough what is happening, in the area. Plus, sometimes they are like, let's say it needs to be taken the decision, and they need to ask all the members about if we can take this decision, and then the VP can take the decision. So VP is just like a moderator, between the team, where actually that's supposed to be a person that takes the decisions, And I'm not saying that it's bad to share or like ask about the opinion, but it cannot be a member being, taking the opinion or like having the decision. And this is one of the things that here are really common, that everybody wants to have saying in everything, like also members, or also like just people that are not in the leadership position wants to have saying in all the things. And this, it's something that then what is the leadership position of that person that has, Yeah. So this is one thing about not enough leadership, and of course there is not enough like empowerment of leadership, also in terms of like how good you can lead your team, how good you can actually manage your team, and how good you can be as a leader. Of course we took some actions about this, like let's say this lead development program or like lead model program, but it's still something that we just implemented this year, so there needs to be a follow-up on this, and there needs to be a strong part of actually about leadership, because I think it's about leadership, and if we forget about this part, then it's no point of having Isaac,
And also I think like we are missing leaders, because like I told you guys, since I'm in Isaac, only Chema, me, my sister and me are still in Isaac active, like doing things. But like we have missed, like my LCP didn't apply for another position, any of my VPs apply for any other position. They don't see the value of growing in the organization. And I think every single member, since they are members, they should like focus, okay, I want to raise to this, and then I'm being MC, and like they have to see like MC position at the best position they could ever like achieve. And right now it's not happening. Like we are missing leaders, because I think we are creating them, but we are just letting them go to other organizations.
That's actually true, that most of the people, they don't continue. Even like if somebody finishes as VP, let's say TM, they rather stay as member of finance than going for an ST, you know, and why? It's because they don't see the point of why they should actually go and work for the national team and not stay and work for LC, you know? They don't see these things like what is maybe the add value for the experience or why you should now work nationally and not only local. So those are also things connected, what Fabi said, also with the pipeline, but also like the way people think about being in ISEC and progressing or having the career in ISEC, because I really don't think that everybody needs to be MC.
Yeah.
But there needs to be maybe this, you know, vision that, okay, now I finished the local thing and maybe I can go for a national team, you know, help as an NST, not necessarily become a team member of finance, you know.
Even all my LCEP is not that happy that I'm MC. They're like, oh, you betrayed us, now you're MC. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I work 1 year for my LC. You know, I worked like 2 years for my LC. Then I came back. I did a GCP. It's my time to be MC.
Yeah.
But then they're like,
and also because like here they don't have a good perspective of like taking leadership position. Like they think if they are members, they can be OC all of their ISEC life. And like being OC, it's okay because I think it's one of the positions that develops you more. But also like you can be OC every single time because you need to like let other people to also like be OC. And if you have this experience, you are gonna be selected because you already have experience. So you need to understand that in ISEC is about growing, not being like flat and stay in the same position. You need to grow, and I think like the membership, they understand that they need to grow in ISEC.
For example, in Chile, if you ask a VP or LCP, and you cannot apply to MC o NST, tú no puedes seguir en el LC, tienes que, hasta ahí llega tu... Entonces el MC te empuja, push, a tomar otro liderazgo.
Did you understand? No. That in Chile, if you don't want to continue as NST or MC or something like this, then you finish in ISEC. You are not going to,
No,
stay.
but here you can go.
Here, my VPTM, now she's member of finance. She did not go for being an ST or something like this.
That's not allowed.
For example, when I was VPO JP, the girl that was LCP 2 years before my term, she was my member.
Yeah.
Really?
You see, so this is what I'm saying. Like this.
To be a leader and after member is.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, I think these people, they want to stay in the organization. I understand this, of course, you like ISEC, so you want to stay, but that doesn't mean that you cannot go for like a national level and then still have your committee. But this is another, topic that that you can also influence.
Even I went into it, like I became LCP, then OCP EP, and then I came back and be NST and team leader of my LC, so you're like, oh, you're also an ST, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like,
yeah. But also, like this is one thing, and the other thing is also about like what type of pipeline they are doing in the LCs, because maybe a bit later we will talk about the elections, and if it is difficult to get people to apply for or not. But also there is no like a program or not a strategy how to actually like empower people or like motivate people to apply for VP position or LCP position, because even like LCPs are not tracking or like checking around who could actually be a new LCP and then doing some steps extra, to get these people there.
So I think we need to lead more people about casos de éxito en ISEC Costa Rica, or maybe with international too, because talent management, TM helps a session very nice, but I don't remember the name of the session. It's about how to grow in ISEC and how to take more responsibilities, national or international. But I don't remember the name of the session. It's very nice because the people is at the end of session have inspiration more to
Yeah, to apply.
do more.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, that is something that we talked with Chris last time. That maybe in your next conference that you are going to have, it's actually very soon to also have elections. That could be one of the sessions to have, because it's actually the time to do kind of promotion, and you also need to see maybe and who could be the new VP and who could be the new MCP, because those will be the people that you are going to work with, you know. So you can also try to think about it and also put your fingers there, so you influence the thing what is going to happen, you know, the pipeline.
The session is called Leading Your Own IS Experience. Is the name of the
Yeah.
session.
Yeah. Well, you can find it out and then say it to Chris, and you can think about something in the conference, okay? So the other thing is unwillingness to work with the MC. Of course, you know, you all know that what happened this year and stuff like this, you know, the mess and stuff. So sometimes I think a lot of problems connected to membership was because of that barrier between MC and LC, or relationship between MC and LC, or MC and LCs. So that's for sure one of the bottlenecks, because sometimes even when you present a national strategy, they would not do it just because it's something that MC is saying, you know, or just because it's something that is new. And it's also like people here are very resistant towards changes. And that's also like you know, you propose something and it's not as it used to be, so then it's a little bit of resistance there and stuff. And of course, you know, like as Fabi said, people are very emotional, so if you don't have the emotional connection with the MC member, then it's like, okay, I don't want to work with you know, I don't follow you, I'm going to do what I want to, and you know.
That if they haven't learned, and I think Chem and me and Mr. have learned that, to separate like the personal and the professional life. They connect everything. Like if I don't like your work style, like you can be my friend. Like what the fuck? Or maybe if I'm your VP and you're my team leader, and I like, hey, you need to push it because we're behind that are like, you get mad because he is like yelling at you, and he's not even yelling at you. Like it's like here everybody takes everything so personal that it's so difficult to act, because you have to be careful how you say it, when you say it, in the place you say it, like everything. So we have to really like to be careful with that, because if at the beginning they don't like you, they won't like you till the end of your term, and they will want you to be.
For me, you know, like what I think, it's very important, of course, that they will like you, you know, this is very important. But at the end of the day, you also need to keep your face, you know, because once we say, I don't know if you say this in Spanish or English, but for example, we say in Slovak, you give this finger and then they eat your hand, your entire hand, you know. So that is the thing, like. Yeah. Okay. So that is the thing, that of course be nice and like try to be friendly and everything, but also like your MC, and this is your role. And sometimes leadership means take the decisions that not everybody is happy about, you know. And sometimes it's also being kind of bitch, because this is important in order for organization to grow. And you can be friend and you can be a good person, but you also have responsibility as MC, or like you sign up for keep or developing this entity more. So if we will be all like, okay, Elsie wants this, so let's go into this with them, you know, and then don't think about, okay, what is the best for the organization, that will also in the end will be disadvantage for you, you know.
Like for example, Stephanie, the other day when they came for the BOP meeting, she took me out and then she wanted me to start thinking on how to forgive their debt. And I was thinking, like talking yesterday with Fabio, that yes, we can have like some strategy to help them, like some things, but that we are good friends right now doesn't mean that I should just like forgive like their whole debt and then leave them like with zero and then start like, that's the thing. Yes. That's the thing, like with them. Like, and then I told her like, I cannot forgive the thing because we have a compendium, as you were saying, the BOP, we need to follow the compendium, but we can see how we can help you with this, charging later, doing things, but no forgiving the whole debt.
Yeah, this is actually a very important thing, you know, that like rules are rules, and I understand, like Isaac is also about friendship and stuff like this, but at the end of the day, this is an organization. And once the organization, if the audit comes and they're like, yeah, we are missing $5,000, but it's okay because we forgive them, like, what is this, like, what type of leaders we are, that we base our, or like our decisions on being good, or being nice. This is not, we don't play Lego here, like this is the serious thing, But this is about it that, of course, it's something that really influences your work and really influences Costa Rica. It's the way there is a relationship, and I really hope that your relationship will be much better than is right now ours. But also keep in mind this, that being good, it's not always the best thing because it can be used. Like people will use it. Yeah. So very low productivity that we already talked about, 0.7 or 0.5, which is very low, but there are some guidelines on how to improve productivity. They are from AI. I sent to you in the email today. You can maybe check this, and like, of course you can base some strategies around this, but this year we were not doing much about productivity in general. And then retention rate, as we talked about this. Yeah. You have any question for now, or something that you would like to add or ask? No. It's good. Yeah, that is it. But I have more points of the thing. So about IXP. So the best idea, of course, is to have returnees as members and members going for exchange. This is the best thing that can happen. And
Oh my god.
Who did it?
what happened?
You did it?
No, actually, I just sat
Say
there
yes,
and it was,
yes.
yes, it was, it was my,
Everybody
energy
loves
portion.
you.
I put the hand, and I said,
More bitch.
Feel like,
We
oh
love
baby.
yeah, the baby.
With the click.
Filha da puta, não, filha da puta, recebi carinho. Lindo, funciona.
My dad, he was just telling me that his colleague, like every time they're going out from work, he's going to his car and say, "How are you? Is everything alright? Did you sleep well?" And he's like talking like this, and then when he's not working, it's like, car, but start working. I'm taking good care of you. So because I was telling my dad that I'm very bad with technology, because I have this theory, that when you are good with people, you are bad with technology. So you have bad ways for technology. So that's why
Me too.
Yo también. Bad.
I'm worse with people, I'm good with technology.
No.
I know how to use Word, Excel, Power, Internet, but the machine I don't know how.
Yeah, but there's a theory that if you have some children, that has really, they are really grown, like in spirit and stuff like this. So technology cannot handle the like around them. So like it's like Simi, and like everything broke. My OCD PVP, she had like like 3 iPhones, or 2 computers between the term, the year, and every time was broken and exploded and getting on fire once.
And the MC paid for it. From the MC budget. Thank you.
How much time do you have just for me to 20 minutes, right? Or something like
We
that?
have 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Or no, ask them because they're just for. So like you see, very nice presentation.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the basketball. Okay, this is what I showed you, and now EXP. So last semester we had 12 members that went for XP. Like one of them was Señorita. Yeah. The thing what we did with XP, basically me and David, we ran the campaign about XP. Yeah, you can do that.
If you remember it.
Yeah, but It's like
Having
No
a
pasa
bad day.
nada.
So we did the IXP campaign. What it was about is that we went for all the LCs and do the presentation about why to go for exchange, why it is cool to go for exchange, and then David he promoted like a specific project, why they can like how this can our members benefit from. So it was specific project in the specific places with also the cost and everything. I had it here. Maybe I can show you. Like just a few moments.
I think for IXP, like it's really cool to have like people going like in groups. Like for example, I left with my sister, with Diego, with Mario, of Ticos, and Mari Gomez, that she was PP last year. She went to Bogota, but we all went to Colombia. So we were like this group of people Isaacers going to Colombia. I don't know if you're getting my point. Like it's like important to show them like they can go in groups and they can plan it like since now to the end of the year. Hey, we should go to this project. So when they open it, like we should apply together and things like that.
But I just want to show you. So we had like the presentation. Why you need to go for exchange, what it means. IXP, and then like. What is the benefit of going for IXP, and then why you should do it. And then we had some testimonials, of people that went to IXP. And in the end of the day, like they had some specific projects about the price. We had the discount. It was $200 for people, but only when they sign up until 22nd of October. And then like we had specific projects, Impact Brazil and Porto Alegre, and exactly what they can do in Porto Alegre and what is the cost of all the project and TNF and everything. So like they had already some idea, how much it would be and what they would do and why this specific project would be nice for them as members of ISA Costa Rica, So we did it like very specific, but of course we present Mexico and Brazil, but of course they could choose other projects, but these were just some of them that we thought would be the best, to go for, like in terms of cost, but also interesting project. Yeah. And so this is just for your information. We ran the campaign and we had like 12 people going last semester. A lot of them were from Tech. Actually, Tech is our best LC for IXP. Few were from UCR, few from UNA. From UASIT, there was nobody. For this semester, we did not run any campaign, but I know that UCR has a campaign. They are having also some discount for IXP. But they are nobody raised yet for IXP for this year. There are some interested people, but nobody signed up yet.
Brian. Coordinador OEIP.
¿Sabas? ¿Este semestre se va?
Sí.
Ah, okay.
En 3 semanas.
Ah, okay. So maybe they have a new one. But when I talked to my VPTM, they told me that there is nobody. So you are more updated than me. But just that IXP, it's a TM responsibility for IXP in terms of like managing who is signing up for and then taking discount. So there needs to be a good fit between TM, OGX, and finance to coordinate this part. And also what we did this year was RIS, reintegration seminar. So TM also organized this. We invited all the returnees and then we made like the afternoon with them where they were sharing their experience and we were talking about how they can put their ISAC experience on CV and stuff like this. We had around 12 or 13 returnees there, and most of them actually joined ISAC. So most of them are members of ISAC right now. Yeah. So it's for sure like a thing that you need to continue with. RISE was very good. Yeah. LC structures. That was also one of the things that we wanted to implement this year. I have the picture, but on my phone. Let me just put there because
Hey Chris, how is everything? Are you scared? Or are you thinking about how to improve?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's too much, and it's really different. I guess it's really different from how you work in Germany.
So
But
one of the
they're here.
sorry. So one of the strategies how we wanted to like improve productivity and stuff like this was LC structure. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's so small. It's just that my computer was not working, so I wanted to at least show you. So what I did, it was based on some good case practices in Argentina or I think it was also maybe Chile, but mostly Argentina. I designed like a LC structure that would be more like hybrid structure. So it's not going to be only, let's say, TM people together or OGCP people together, marketing together, because the problem was a lot of times that there was no enough communication, let's say, between marketing and OGCP or marketing and ISEC. So it will be a little bit of mix, not complete hybrid. I don't know if you know how complete hybrid looks like.
Híbrido.
Huh?
Híbrido es cuando usted tiene dos posiciones. When you have like two positions.
Yeah, like let's say you have a marketing person that is inside of OGCDP, that would be like a hybrid.
It's like you're doing TM inside of OGTP, let's say.
But like you are inside of OGCDP, but you are doing TM work, and you are TM, but you are also OGCDP.
And we have team meetings with both teams.
Kind of, that's
the tricky part.
Exactly. That's like the bad part, because in the end you don't know who you are reporting to, because there is no clear reporting system with the hybrid structure.
Yes,
but,
true.
So this is more like project.
This is like a project-based structure, but like not that hybrided, like this is a mezcla.
What did you do with it?
So I basically, if you can see, like you have, for example, VP, OGCDP, and then you have project managers of every project that they had. One was educational, one was it was engineering, and the third, education. Three main projects, like the main
issues.
Yeah.
Environmental.
But OGCDP.
Environmental, cultural, and education.
Also OGCDP.
That's the OGTP.
Yeah, okay. So like you had these three projects, so you have a project manager, and this project manager is only responsible, for example, for the educational project, and then they had, for example, marketing person then, and then some other team members, but the marketing person was kind of like communicator, or like how to say, like a bridge between marketing and OGCDP. So that person is not necessarily part of OGCDP, but it works only for OGCDP. So that marketing person is assigned for OGCDP processes. Yeah, and this was like an idea how we wanted to run these things, but the implementation, I think none of the LCs actually implement the way we wanted LC structures. And why? Of course, maybe the first thing was that was not enough explanation of why it has to be this way. And probably they also didn't understand what exactly is the structure, So right now, as it is just you have a functional areas. And that's it. You don't really have like marketing people inside of the other things, but what you can maybe see this year, with maybe better explanation, is that how you can run this type of structure, because in a lot of countries, this structure is the structure that brings more productivity, because you need actually less people in the LCs than they have now, and you have the same results, so the productivity is increased.
And also because you have members from the back office, in the front office, they understand.
Exactly. Yeah, that is one thing that, of course, people they are more connected to exchanges. So even if it's TM person, but the TM person understands OGCDP because actually works in OGCDP, but TM tasks, So of course, like they are more connected to exchanges, and they feel, or they can understand better the purpose or the operations, right? While, for example, if there is just finance, and finance they are in each part, you know, in each part of the structure, but they are out. They are kind of just like, oh, and we need finance, you know, but like in that specific case, finance would be implemented in the structure of, let's say, OGCP and IGCP, and can do better control over the, you know, the booking or like tracking and stuff.
And also
like
they
this.
have, like in the JD, what I understand, they have two EP managers too. So I understand that.
EP managers.
Yes, that if they are EP, like they work in marketing, but they also EP managers, so they understand how to manage the product. So I understand that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like this is structure based on the structure that other countries are using, and this was a good case practice, you know, from other countries. But for us, it was not
Implemented, or it was not working?
Like we tried to implement it, but in
Yes.
the end,
But
they
you
did
don't
their
have to-
own
Because
structures.
I tried to do it as a OCP, but the issue was that members that went into areas is like, oh no, I have so much work, people tracking me, blah.
That is the thing, like it needs to be smarter way how to explain people like what is the reason behind this, you know, and like how this can contribute to exchanges and also to in general like the work in DLC, you know? Because of course I understand it could be a little bit misleading, but at the end of the day it's better in terms of communication, that you don't need to wait for marketing to do this, or marketing doesn't need to like just design something, because marketing is implemented inside of IGCP, for example. So marketing knows very well what is the campaign that IGCP needs, you know, or what is how they want to do host families, you know, design, let's say. Is it?
Do you have some idea about the structure of IIP?
IGRP. It's not there.
No.
We no,
because
the
those days we didn't
IGIP
have
was
IGIP.
not there because it was only UCR that were doing IGIP, so we did not plan this. But I think it was one marketing person there, I think, and then the rest IGIP. But I think you can ask Grodo because he was the one. Because how I did the structure was that every VP told me what they think is the best structure, and then I like put it together, you know. So maybe ask him. He can tell you. But I think it was like just IGIP people and maybe one marketing person there, something like this. Yeah. But yeah. And with finance, like as I said, like I ask all of them how they imagine their teams, and then I create the thing. I'll put it there so you can all check it afterwards, and maybe if you want that. Inspiration, yeah, for your.
I don't understand.
What?
No, finance.
No, I said that first because finance there is one that it's doing like like CC finance work.
Yes.
Then there is one that do booking and one audit, you know. So you have only 3 members in finance, because here sometimes you have 6 people in finance, you know. Or UCR, how many they have? 4 or something like this, no? 4 members, 5?
In Mexico?
No, UCR.
UCR had 4 members.
4 members, you know, and so what we wanted to optimize the structure, so there are not that many people in the LCs, you know, and they leave the people that actually have a good job description, they have what to do, you know. So I asked Geronimo, okay, Geronimo, tell me what is like, who do you think you see in the LC in finance? And he said, okay, one that is CC finance, one that is booking, and could be another auditor or booking and audit together, you know. So based on this, I did the structure. So based on what his suggestion, or like each MCVP suggestion.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll put it there, and you can. Yeah.
Maru is saying. Maru is saying. Yes.
Hola Maru.
Hola.
¿Pero dónde está?
No, ella solamente nos vemos. Disconnected. I don't know who is the other else, but
I don't think someone is listening to our conversations.
But if they are, they will
But
get
this
it.
is,
Like,
you are taking it.
Yeah. Say
I'm
hi.
star now.
Imagine it says like 45 extra players. Like, what the fuck?
ahí de Costa Rica, me siento en ¿Qué Maru?
Nah. This is from Argentina. I send you also the Argentinian thing. You can have a look.
Do you know which countries are doing this?
Um,
Except from Argentina.
like for example, Poland are doing this structure. Yeah, Chile. A lot of countries in Latin America are actually doing this structure. Yeah. Yeah, Chile for sure. I think also Panama, but I'm not sure about this. But in IGN Summit, there were a lot of people talking about this. Yeah,
Interesting.
but if you want, we can then talk about
Yeah.
this too. That it's also clear for you. Okay. So next topic is elections, right?
Yeah. We just have like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Just one thing that I want to say. With this structure, also one of the things that like the idea why to implement this structure is also the empowerment of team leaders, because here team leaders are mostly just like a title and that's it. So what we wanted is that these team leaders are going to have more power in the LC. And then, like, of course, once you have these strong team leaders, it also creates pipeline. The team leaders are also the one that are like more involved in the LCs because they feel more ownership on the project, or like they feel more connected to the entity or like the area. So that was the idea with this structure, that there are more team leaders, they are taking care of their team, and VP has more position of okay, strategic and tracking, and team leader is the one that is managing the team. Yeah? And then what we were planning, or what I was planning, is to have a guidelines for LCPs and VPTMs, and have some sort of like a leadership academy where actually these team leaders can get a proper education on how to manage their teams. But as I told you that this structure was never really implemented, and we did not really have team leaders, so that this leadership academy did not happen, you know. So that is one of my like TM plans that I had, but was never delivered. Yeah, that's also something for this year. Okay, and now let's talk about last year we had LCP election at the beginning of September. They did it like a national elections. They were actually all the LCs presented, except UCR was not elected that time. So all the three LCPs, yeah. Also, all three LCPs were elected that time, and then VP election was just maybe 2-3 weeks later on, so around October. The idea was that in national replanning meeting that was in the end of November, we had all the EBs already formed. They already went through transition, so they can prepare themselves for planning. So if you think about like the timeline that we have right now, September is in 2 months, then it's just October, and in November, by end of November, that is the conference. NPM is end of November. New timeline.
December, yes. Beginning of December.
Beginning of December. So by beginning of December, they already need to have the transition, EB to EB transition, and get ready for that conference to the planning. Yeah.
Yes.
Because you're not to blame.
No, it's the same date
In
from
Mexico?
Mexico.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the same.
Okay. So be ready with this. Also pushing them to have it by that time, so they have all transition done, so you can do like a proper planning with them.
Good question.
Okay.
It was the same. It was the same application form.
You mean for the
For the-
LCP or LCVP?
That's a piece.
I am not sure because some of them they asked me for my feedback, but most of them
But-
they didn't.
But I think they, for the LCPs, they did like a national.
National
But-
LCP, yeah.
And then
But for
every
LCPs, no.
applicants and everything.
The national LCP, how it was is that of course the confidence vote could be only from people from the LC. So they kind of separated, you know, for like 3 different rooms, and then they had like speech, Una, and people from Una were on the voting and stuff.
But everybody really likes having LCP.
But like how we did it in Cambodia, it was that everyone listened to all the LCPs, and
Yeah.
then just the voting part was.
Yeah, like
they didn't do it like
I was not there,
Yeah,
so I don't know.
my sister was. I'm gonna ask her.
Yeah,
But LCPs score, they know.
yeah. Yeah, but this, you know, this depends on your logistics. How are you going to do if you want to do national?
And
if
also,
you know,
like,
this is
what I've heard that they choose LCPs in September because of also IGN Summit, because they want to send the LCP current and elected to IGN Summit, so they have, like, they could listen to strategies and have like a
Yeah.
little bit.
IGN Summit is end of September.
Yes.
So also like VPs, this is that really depends on their timeline, but it's also on you to push them to not to lose the time. Okay, then MCP elections, like this year was in January, and what we were talking was that maybe it was quite late. So most of the countries, they have earlier MCP elections. They have like December or something like this. Because then with MCVPs and everything that it takes so long, but you planned it earlier, right? So this year it's going to be December?
Like December. Let's do it in the conference. That's
Okay.
the idea.
In December, and then VP election, MCP election, that of course depends on MCP elections on like the next steps, but like just right after this. In general, like as I said to you, in terms of election and pipeline, there are not that many people there applying. Like last year with UCR, we had problems finding a person applying for LCP, you know, or then LCP quit, and then there was a person going further, but might have been problem. So what I suggest you, it's also for your sake, it's to actually start to look around and maybe suggest your LCVPs or LCPs to have a look on this person. This maybe could be another one, and you do empowerment for your people that you can work with, you know, because it is important also for you to have this type of strategies in mind, or like this type of things to think of. Okay, and on the conference, maybe do some empowerment there. Okay.
Okay.
We are all sitting here and with phones and stuff like this. Okay, but this is I think the last thing. And transition.
Or LCVs or both?
Yeah, EVs actually, but we can also talk about the other one. So I'll show you the LC transition masterpiece.
You created?
Yeah. So, like, of course, it's some sort of intro here, you know, what is the transition and blah, blah, blah. And then you have all the checklists that they should go through, like the current with the EB, in order to assure that all the points are being taught. And you have all the checklists, right? Finance, TM, ICX, OGCDP. You have all of them in the tab. And then, of course, they're responsible for the transitions are LCPs and LCVPs, TMs.
Right.
But yeah. But the idea is that, of course, we have also some sort of overview what was actually transition and what wasn't, right? So what I did is that I also talked to my VPs and CVPs to talk about the points, and then I just put it, right? So, for example, with FLA, Geronimo told me, okay, those are the points that needs to be transitioned, you know, and then I put it, and then they did it like a checklist, right? So if we talked about the observation, yes or no, so I had a good overview on what was happening.
And this you didn't like when? Did they
So,
use it last year?
Like this,
Yeah,
like the previous transition that was. The idea was, as you had first the individual transition, so it's VP to VP or LCP to LCP, and then they had like a transition weekend or transition day where they all went, you know, and had like, you know, LC vision or administration of the LC task. So like things that are in common for everybody, not only for the individual transition. And usually, like last year, we had a LC coach in all these EB to EB transitions. So there was also a person that could help them, you know, with the facilitating some of the spaces, or like if there was something for planning that they were already thinking on planning, then the LC coach could help of this, yeah. But of course, this is again depends on their logistic, how they are going to do it. If they want to do 1 day, 2 days, weekend, this depends on them. But we had agreement that transition needs to be done before the conference that we had MPN, because on the MPN was planning. So that means that all the transition needs to be done so they can go and plan their numbers based on the last year review, based on the experiences, the good case practices. So the transition is done, and then they can just go and plan. Okay?
General question for Ticos and you. Why is the planning done on the conference?
Because it's much better.
Okay. Otherwise they wouldn't do it, or like?
How we plan
We
it?
do homework, let's say. I think we're
Well, why we planning on the conference was, first we had 2 days. First day was more like a general stuff for like new team, something about team management, some about like team dynamics and stuff like this. And the second day was more planning because we were all there. So we wanted to give them this input so we can actually be there and help them with their planning, you know. But of course, like one day it's not enough, or it was not enough for them. So they had later on their own planning days, and they could ask us to come there. But like the idea was that they start planning there, and we are around so we can help them.
For me, like it would be better if we start planning before and we finalize it in the conference. I don't know how that you think, but for me it's better because after the conference, like I don't know if they continue planning or they just take the ideas they had in the conference but never like put it in concrete. So it's better if we in a conference put everything in concrete, like finalize it. So like maybe 2 weeks before the conference we have like VPs like meetings with the VPs and start planning and everything, and then in the conference we just okay, this is the final plan.
For me, we also like we were not sure if these guys know how to plan, so one of the parts of agenda was also explain how the planning works, you know, because we did not have this space before to for them to understand. So that's why we did it also on the conference, and then to be around so we can just help them if they need it, you know.
And then they just like EVs went to separate rooms, and
Yeah.
it was like
Yeah.
and then presented it.
No, actually, because they did not finish with their plans, so we were just around, and they afterwards they gather again and did their plans because they have to submit their plans as part of SONA in December or January. When is the SONA? January, 15th of January.
the
SONA.
Sona.
The
Sona is the first for the plan.
plan of new, because that's part of SONA.
I think it's the first 15 days of
January. Yeah.
Is there something in the MC2MC where we're going to talk about SONA?
That's OD.
Yes, in the second
That's
yes,
OD.
OD.
But basically, this was something that MCP was taking care of, and they had to submit the goals for the year, HR plan, and finance and budget. These 3 things, and if they did not, submit those 3, they lose their membership criteria. That was part of the
Budget
membership
planning
agreement.
and Sona.
Was HR plan, the plan and budget.
Budget and the Sona.
Yeah. So it's of course important for them. They cannot just say, okay, whatever planning, you know, we don't do it because it's part of their criteria.
So do you think that actually right now, also on the conference, we should have pre-planning on the conference?
No, they want to do it before. Because actually, the good thing with these ones is that they already had one planning.
Yeah.
So they are not that lost. And we just explain them what the tool that we're going to use, but I want to give them something very similar as they have, so we don't have to focus a lot of time on it.
For me, like, for example, for you, would be very useful if you can base your planning on their planning, you know, because you started 2 weeks, 3 weeks, your planning.
Yes, that's why on we're doing on 4th week. That's why on 3rd week you guys should meet them and get input.
Because the thing is that you need to base your plan on their plans, because otherwise there will be no consistency.
But they're not going to do good planning before our planning, right?
No, that's why you have the 3rd week. That's why we've been telling you, get a meeting with them so they can guys can get inputs of what they want, what they're gonna.
I understand, but like EV replanning, they're not going to
That's
do
why
that.
I'm telling you, we'll have inputs from them, right? Then we will have MC planning,
Uh-huh.
that will give them even the what, for example, Una and Tech already told me is that they're gonna do LC planning, LC replanning based on our planning. So we'll give them, let's say the MC is gonna focus on these three things.
But that's
Yeah, that's opposite the
Yeah,
That's
just
opposite. Oh, but that's how they wanna do it.
But
So
But the thing is, for me, like from my perspective, is that you, like you need to base your planning on their planning, because if you plan 300 millions of exchanges and they plan two.
that's why, for example, we will not tell them numbers on these replanning. Over here, we will not show them our numbers. We'll keep our numbers like safe, and then we'll go to the conference and do like a same like an entity plan,
but
and
you
then
know,
and then the MC will have to go back to planning, like
So you will do again?
not replan. It's just on like 2 days of replan based on what they gave us on the conference.
Can you give it to us before the conference?
but I think we are like working more than we should, like with that, because I think like what Simona says, like they should plan before us, like because we have to base on them, because they are the only ones that know the reality of the LC. Like
I
we
know.
can plan without.
But the thing is that right now they don't have time. Like if we tell them to plan, let's say next week, they'll have to plan next week, or we'll have to plan one. We'll have to plan 1 week out before the conference and handle planning and facilitating.
But can they plan in the last week of June?
Can we do?
LCPs told me they cannot. They can plan on the first week of July.
Can we do input in third week, MC
Uh-huh.
plan fourth week,
Mm-hmm.
and then here's the conference, and we do another MC replanning before the conference.
No, this is what
And then here they do their LC.
My idea was to do the replanning after the conference, but we can do replanning before the conference.
And then on the conference,
But
we have the
the
plan
issue-
of LCs and MCs together, and we just present it for the members more.
The issue is that they don't want to have their last plan until the conference, until they get to see what we are planning. Because right now they are waiting for us, but
We're waiting for
we're
them.
waiting for them
But why they are planning?
So let's get
for
that
you? I
straight.
don't understand.
because they think that we're heroes and
So we're
that
gonna
we're
do
gonna give
magic.
them.
Input for planning.
But saying
No,
that
but
we're not heroes.
No, but what they want to see is that, let's say that we say that we're gonna make IJP, we're gonna have these three strategies. So they will, like we were talking
Based on the
yesterday
strategies.
on the strategy, they will do, how was the other thing? It was not focus, it was strategy, and then we had something, and then we had operations. What was the way? Tactical. What they want to do is to take our strategies and make it for the LCs. So what I'm thinking of giving them is like, these are our drivers, these are our plans, like projects, and then they will take like, okay, yes, we will take this project. Like
And
that
we'll
will
do
be
the tactical.
yes.
Okay, and like that's cool. How about we do our MC planning,
Mhm.
and then they do their LC planning,
Mhm.
and then we do our MC
Is your
replanning,
plan, and then we'll have the conference.
So we only need to get them to do their LC EB planning days in
Mhm.
like first, second week of July.
Yeah.
That's
And there-
possible. That's manageable.
Whoa.
The only thing is UCR
For
because
us, not for
but
them. Not for
No,
them.
you
But
need to
then-
push.
Yes. No, yes. Of
UCR
course.
it's in the finals. Like
Yeah.
that's a
In
problem.
July.
Yes.
Only Una and Tech they are like done.
For example, I already have the LC Una planning days. If I'm not mistaken, let me see.
And what about this third week of June?
They have it on the fourth and week, like for sure.
Or in UCR.
Next week in UCR?
It's because like they are gonna
They have
days.
exams?
Yes.
Yeah, and they're gonna say like no.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for UCR, it's gonna be starting in August, or?
From UCR
No,
we talk with
UCR.
Luis and tell them like okay, you manage.
Like homework. That's why I always
Yeah.
talk about
Or
homework.
maybe like doing the planning not only like in like 3 days in a row, like one day and then another in those like 2 weeks. Like Luis should manage. Like he should know that we need their planning done by the third week of June.
Like yes. Like the ideally is that
They can
this
start
week,
now if they want.
this week everything is done. Like on the 18th of July.
Yeah.
So this week we can do a little bit of replanning and fussy preparations.
They
we
do
have a conference.
preparations before.
But how can we plan? sessions without having what we're gonna do. That's okay.
Well, we're not going to only do sessions about their numbers.
Yes, yes, the clarity of why all that
Yeah,
can
yeah.
be ready, let's say. But the functional part is
Full
the
time.
one.
We have enough time.
Yes, yes, yes. That's the thing. Like
You are.
having the issue is that it's like knowing how to play with what they want, but what they're gonna plan on, like what we want and what we're gonna plan. So I think that after the conference is the day like Tuesday and Wednesday, because Monday will probably be like holiday. Like when we have conferences, like Monday has is in the compendium says that it has to be in the compendium it says what?
I don't know if it's in calendar. We had it like this.
But yes, they have like this handle, but apparently it's to be like a holiday, so we don't burn. And then Tuesday and Wednesday will be like closing that our planning. So on the 30th of July, planning is ready. But then if you think it this way, we will plan, and then we will go to IC. Then AI will fuck a little bit the plan, and then on September we have to do another replanning based on what fucking AI wants.
No, like look, I think like I understand like this is
Ideal.
ideal or not ideal. What you can also think is that with this input, I think it's very important that you have already some input before you go for your planning, right? So you can have all your VPs, you know, to talk what are their visions and stuff like this. And also if they can be the more specific, the better it is. Yeah, if they have ideas, so then you have less time or like less time.
For example, like I know in OGCP in UCR they want to do 100. So I already have the number they have planned for the end of the year, and they already have 6 cents. So the thing.
7. Trying to
Nice.
give them strategies to do.
So I know
93.
they want 100, but let's see with the strategies and everything if we can lower this or like maintain this or.
Yeah. But just like if you have the input of or from them, and then you go for your planning, you do your planning correctly and everything, and then I don't know, like I don't see how they are going to manage your plans, bends, and this, but well.
What do you mean?
I mean, like I don't see how they are going to change their thinking just because you have this strategy, you know. Because from my experience was that just because I had this strategy, they were taking it, you know, or.
But that's what they're saying, right?
They're saying
Yeah, this is the theory. This is the theory that they say, you know.
Why they think we're heroes.
I know,
Change
but,
that.
but for example,
I feel pressure. Good. That's good.
wait,
But I
wait.
feel pressure.
But look,
See my.
like Marco.
Yo, Mar-
Wait. Marco.
You are my hero.
It's like no, it's like okay, he's like because he's like what is the current like the timeline for July? Because my EB and I will just have time on the 4th and 5th to do replanning. So I would like to say if for that day you have the planning to follow the national strategies in our plan. That's how Una is thinking. So yes. So now I need to check on Stephanie also told me like that. Now I just need to check on Luis specifically that is like UCR to see if we have like the same ideas. So this can work very good.
And in planning, are they going to plan alone or there's gonna be the LC coach?
For me, I think there should be. We did it like this, but then of course it depends on you, you know. But like then that facilitates easier the thing because you
And
as
also
the
we have
MC,
ideas.
you know what are your MC strategies. So if you go for LC planning, you know you can also like kind of guide them or like coach them into also implementing your things or like giving inputs from your MC side, you know. So of course this is the ideal part that LC coaches there. Also, as I'm telling you, I'm sure that they don't really know how to plan. I'm sure about this. So it's also one of the things that you need to ensure that actually this freaking tool that needs to be filled in, it's correct. Because I actually get a HR plan that was like a retention rate minus 50, you know, like this is impossible. I really don't know what you're doing, you know. So what I'm saying is that you are also there to ensure that actually the tool is done
But
good
also,
and
yeah,
stuff
that
like this.
should be because when I plan for a BP, they gave me a tool that it was stupid, like filling that like the spaces is what like I won't need this, but I have to like fill it. You should make like, or I don't know if there's already like a planning tool.
Well, we had planning tool.
Well,
But
we're
I-
gonna
what-
make one. Yeah.
Yeah, mine
So-
sucked, but
But this is what I'm saying is that you need to assure these things, because then if they, of course, like they hand in their plans and everything, you know, and if this is in the compendium and it's not correct, then they will be like, yeah, but they had MC there and they did not help me, and now I don't have criteria, blah blah, you know, and we are there in the fire, you know. So this is also one of like the other thing that you need to be aware.
Can we talk about the timeline again? I think we're not very clear yet.
I mean, I don't know your timeline at all, so this is the person to explain.
So we agreed that it would be ideal if
This is like the one that I'm thinking. We can change it just for you to see it. Can I?
yeah.
Okay. So today is what is today? 4th of June. So on the 15th of June, that's the inputs week. So we already created the agenda that you should meet your VPs alonely and hopefully one-on-one and hopefully as a team, right? Hopefully. So you should have 5 meetings in that week for LCs and one with the whole commission. That's hopefully what it should happen.
yeah.
Next week.
Okay. Yes, that's
No, next
that,
week, no, next week.
yes.
From 15th,
From
you said.
15.
But we're already in. Oh, we're still in first
Yes.
week.
Yes, it's like the
I
week
keep
of the
doing this,
8th.
like,
The week of the 8th of
You
June.
scared me.
The week of June, it's still transition. That is next week.
yeah.
Then on the second week of June, we will go to team days. That the team will be ready, name our values, the whole team plus planning. Especially this planning would take like all the inputs that we will have and put it like, okay, and do like timeline, what is our idea, the main projects, the main drivers, maybe the last thing of the planning that it's, so we have drivers, projects, and then actions. We are gonna finish just with this.
Okay,
And then,
because
like,
I
5
have
minutes.
transition with Maru at
Okay,
6.
okay. So, and then that part maybe will not be there. And then on the 29th till the 30th, on the 29th of June, that is the 4th week and the first days of July, LCs should start planning, LCs planning. This is till hopefully 11th of July, until here. And then on the week of the 13th of June, we should have replan MC alignment. Let's not call it an MC alignment.
It sounds better.
Replanning will be like again MC alignment. And then on the 20th, we will have FASI
But here, like,
and pre-meeting. Huh?
like in this too, we should like begin with the sessions that we don't need a plan and everything. So
Plus
Plus
also
one.
FASI. Plus FASI. Then because the 22 and the 22nd.
I think we should already talk about this on Mondays. But that's a different topic.
on team days,
That's a different topic.
22nd and
how many team
23rd.
days are gonna have? Like a month? Tampoco
You have this like 4 days. Oof, you have a lot of space to talk
5
about
days.
work.
I have 3 adults, so we can do it.
22nd, 23rd of June, that will be the pre-meeting because on the 25th, no, 24th, 25th, and 26th of June, will July, sorry, July, not June, July, that's the thing I can't remember, July, we will have a alpha. And then on the 28th and 29 we will have the final plan.
And what exactly do you mean with that?
like after alpha, maybe some other ideas will come. Maybe we'll change a little bit of something, maybe like else will plan different stuff, and then we'll just put in those 2 days some
It
final stuff.
happened here.
Okay. Because ideally, we planned, Elsie's planned, we are aligned,
Yeah,
and we
yeah.
just presented here. That would be
Yeah,
ideal.
but when we present it, like
Yeah.
they will change
Okay,
things like
okay.
this.
Good to know. Okay.
That's how.
So actually, we need to get our coaching stuff clear for Elsie's planning. And
So
tell them
team
to
days-
do team days kind of here.
So here you have to like the LC coaches. We need to know which.
Yes, that's why I'm doing the what's the name, the
Serving.
survey for LC coach. Like, right now. Coach.
Que sí.
Como les vamos a preguntar como quién quiere más o menos. Survey como cuestionario. August es performing, pero si lo ven después, de ahí tenemos IC en the last 2 weeks. That's why IC is a broker.
Tengo que aplicar. Se me olvida. You should like take a picture, put in Zoom, in Drive or something like that.
That's what I've been waiting
Okay,
for.
so just to finish up with this, LC, like, you understand?
Sí.
Yeah, pretty good. Sí. Okay, so this was for the transition for them, replanning and stuff like this. For the MC transition, that's also like, we did not have this EB checklist. It was more like every MC was individually responsible for each area, and then the idea was that everybody finish until end of May. So when you all come, we can just go for like the group transition, the MC2MC transition already finished with the individual transition. Okay. Any questions for the thing?
No. Llega el examen.
No, that's an exposición.
So, no questions?
No.
Good. So let's have like 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
3
minutes you have.
You go back. They are all shooting, so.
Yeah, let's take a picture.
Why?
Go, I take a picture.
Yeah.
Come. Okay.
I don't come for picture. It's everybody.
I can take out my
Selfie.
Preparation. In the house.
Preparation.
No preparation.
Not preparation.
Preparation.
You
I
can
said
do it.
prepared Asian in the house.
No, es que no sé. A mí no lo quiero
See, we are sisters today. Mariana took her.
Yes. I like this.
Pero Camilo,
Yes.
O sea, tampoco es como que salga. Les voy a decir hasta dónde sale. Sale la mitad de la cara de Cristina y la computadora.
háganse ahorita.
No,
O sea, aquí. No, acá. ¿Sí? Listo. Y no sale Fabiola porque está Diego encima de ella.
No, sí.
¿Ya?
¿Listo? Listo. 1, 2, 3. Listo. Y la de sorpresa. Something funny can happen.
Qué lindo. Bueno, MC, amigo.
You're leaving my session, you bitch.
No,
Uno que hace las sesiones
okay,
pensando en
no
Fabiola
broken
no
heart.
viene. O sea, ¿qué pasó, Fabiola?
¿En dónde las dieron
What
estos
is
hoy?
this doing?
I said to you yesterday, I was here talking to my mom in totally darkness because she was
Yeah,
like,
but it's doing flat.
no? Yes, I don't know what's happening. Let's buy another one.
We have. I asked her.
Ha.
Lucy, it does break.
Yeah, I don't know why.
It's
Maybe.
not working.
I actually yesterday I was in the table, you know, this. No,
Should
not in the
we
table.
stop this or this is still running?
No, it's I don't know.
Maru, are you there?
Maru.
Pedí una foto de
Maru, pues sí.
Marucita.
Yeah, send a picture for the WhatsApp group.
Marucita.
Sí,
But she's
obvio.
not here.
¿Me da chance?
Ah.
Who's the lightest?
No me vas a ver a la mesa. Me vas a poner al Chema.
Sin Chema, ¿eh?
Ah,
Ay,
yeah, you
apagada.
done it. I get to the chair and I could not, so I had to go to the.
Is this off now or it's on?
It doesn't matter, no es incandescente, no se calienta.
Pero di, te electrocutado, weón.
Ah, nada, truco truta nada. Mari, mariposita.
Bueno,
Sígale buscando, ¿eh?
Fue puta. Ah, ya, cambia para lo.
Ah, tal vez no el foco, sino...
Ah, it's not but it's the bottom one, not the
Ya,
first
have to
one.
cut down, guys.
No es esta. Ponga este en el otro.
Thank you, Camila.
Yeah, I think
This is the-
Oh my God.
the photo is this. But she's
But
here. I know you're here.
Sí, está bien.
How you know she's here? How you know?
something is wrong.
I don't know.
Griten que me pongo nervioso.
Anonymous is like broadcasting.
Dejen de transmitir mis lonjas. Bueno, ahí hay como pinches 10 focos.
Ah, qué chido.
So this thing is one.
Ya.
Oh. Amazing.
Okay, let's start.
Manu nos tomó una foto, tomamos una foto.
Ya sé. Bota tus momentos.
Mañana vengo, pero...
Nos vamos.
Ciao,
Don't forget to
take
come
care.
drink with us tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay.
More important than the.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay because we're going Saturday to Castillo.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, I will go. You're going?
You sleep with us.
Yeah. Girls night.
Girls' night.
Now taking pictures
If I turn back,
in the computer.
Ay, cute.
Yeah. It's the
Ah.
computer.
like I have.
See me, I need you. Don't forget.
Okay, bye. See you.
Bye. We're gonna use PPT?
Who's gonna open?
No.
Like,
It will be only us.
who have
I wish I could use flip chart, but I don't know where the flip chart I have today. So I am sad.
Pero atrás de otro.
Ajá. Ay, Camilo.
Thank
Camilo. Muy bueno. Congratulations. Ahí, mi hijo. Hágame un favor, coloca estas cosas en la presentación. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Entonces yo.
Así que un vaso.
Chao. Chao.
My first love.
Your first love? Oh. Who is your first love?
Oh,
No,
pensé en
no.
saltar.
Yo estoy estudiando. Bueno, no estoy como preguntando, solamente me estoy como preguntando. Por favor.
Sí, porque Eduardo me acaba de decir que tengo mi bandeja llena. Y de hecho sí, yo ahí en mi celular.
Son 6.
No, son 7.
Cada uno cree 6.
6.
El último, el
Ó, team building, JD, planning, training, tracking, coaching, evaluation. São 7.
Sim.
Son 6.
O que eu falei a mais?
Outra vez.
What I did, ó. Team building, JD, planning. And then training, tracking, coaching, evaluation.
Son 7.
Yes.
Team,
No.
plan, JD, training, tracking, and coaching is the same.
Tracking and coaching is the same?
Tracking,
Ah.
evaluation, and reflection.
Ah, that's why. Because I was like, Carlos said to me 8. No, but then it's 8 because tracking and coaching is not the same thing. Okay. I'll do like this because. People! I'll put JD first because I don't know. I have it.
Puedes decirle a este hombre nada más que tiene que haber LCP approval. Los LCPs tienen que aprobar cada miembro.
Se va a lanzar como una survey para que apliquen. ¿Cómo?
No, digamos, después de la aplicación tiene que haber un día en el que, los LCPs tienen que aceptar. Tienen que...
Yes. Evaluation.
Reflection.
I always forget about reflection because for me reflection is like in evaluation, because tracking and coaching are two things really different.
But there are 6.
But evaluation and reflection,
They're together. These 2 are together and these 2 are together.
But these cannot be together. They're totally different things. Oh, I don't like this.
Are performing, and these are like creating standards or control. Okay, like
No, we go
it's okay.
alternative versions. But it's because like I don't know. I was so brainwashed in Brazil that sometimes it's difficult for me.
How did they do?
They put us in the chair and then they tied us up, and then they start slapping our faces saying, "You have to do this." Quality versus quantity doesn't exist. And like, I don't know, like a lot of things.
Who do it? The MC?
No, yeah. Actually, if the MC do to the LCPs do the EBs, and EBs does with each one of your members. I'm kidding, right? Yes.
No, I know. Of course that the slapping part, no, but
but it's exactly like it's not like this, but we have a lot of brainwashing things, in Brazil. Like you say so much. For example, in my EB, one of the hugest problems that we have an EB to another from 2013 to 2014 was this quantity versus quality. So every time we heard this on the transition, and then we agreed we will never ever put these two words together. So like we never use quality and quantity. We didn't. We use it standards. We use it people satisfied. We use it satisfaction, but we never use quality. And to talk about quantity, the same thing. We use numbers. We use reach. We use everything else but quantity. And in the end, we had like a survey, with the members to say, you think quantity versus quality is a problem? And everybody said so. Because we just took it out from them, Relation. So, they are kidding me, right? Tá zoando da minha cara.
yeah.
Ai, what is it? got all the interest. OTM. I'm going to talk about it without you. It makes sense. Where are you? They are not here.
Where are them?
Bitches. They are not here.
Where are them?
I think they went to Chinito. I hate them. Oh my god. Maru is here. How can I talk to her? It's possible. If I look to the camera and talk to her, she will listen to me. Maru, give me. Listen to me. You listen to me.
Text us in.
Test us in WhatsApp.
Let's
Okay?
see.
No?
Wait. Maybe she's opening and writing, and it's gonna get here in 3, 2, 1.
You're Lord of Time too. Wow. No? Can I write? I will.
Yeah.
My phone is. I was like, I lost my phone, but Maru, my love, my MC just decided to mess with me. So they are not here for the team meeting. The TM people is not here for the team meeting, so I have to wait. And it's 5:15, and we have transition at 6. So maybe we can start at 6:30. It's cool for you. They are not coming together. What the fuck? I will give one more.
Oh my god.
I will give one more, and then I'll start talking.
Yeah.
Percy. No. Come. Need you?
Very skeptical look on your face.
Hola. Okay. So, welcome to Team Minimus. Yay! Last one of the day. I'm so happy.
Oh my god, in my session they were all like,
And you were like, yay! Just because I'm screaming. I always do this, I make people scream. This is not good. This is actually not a good thing. Okay, so we're going to talk about Team Minimus, and I just knew that this is actually really polemical because I have 18 Minimus and people are saying it's only 6. And actually, in my first thing, I thought it was 7. So, we have a problem. But it's okay. My idea is, but these and this cannot be together.
Training and what's
Tracking and coaching. Tracking and coaching, those cannot go together. They are not the same thing. They are totally different. So anyway,
but this one's
is Team Minimus from Mariana. Oh, Mari. Yay! So, okay. So, what is the idea of this session? The first, to actually remember why this is important, and this is something like, for example, in my whole EP term, everything that we had, like every problem, people just said to us, because you don't have team meetings. Oh, did you know this is because you don't have team meetings? No, but actually one of my members died. No, but this is because you don't have team meetings, But yeah, actually it's true, because team meetings are the solution for all the problems. The I don't know, results problems, till the efficiency, till the, how people see Isaac is out. The idea is, remember the team minimus, even if it's a little bit polemical, but let's remember. Remember the team minimus. Talk a little bit about how we implemented team minimus here, not only in the MC, but also, and how this interaction go. That's why I have this beautiful blonde girl here with me. And the last thing, we will not have a lot of time, but like 10 or 15 minutes for us to discuss how is the best way, how we can actually, for example, with the bottlenecks that we have with team meetings application, how you can actually divide yourselves a little bit different. And then I know that Chrissy has like some different ideas, you know, and some things that she wants to implement. And I think this is really a good space for us to start. You seed them, you know, with your ideas, and you let it grow through your planning. This is like, so this is the thing. Okay, to begin with the team, I'm going to learn team minimums with a little story, you know, about a team day. So it was like a little story, and then I'm going to be more clear exactly what we have in why team minimums.
Where do you have this?
Huh? This paper or this thing?
Where did you
From
find
my Brazilian hat.
I told her it's just like just remember that these and these are the same and these are the same. But
Yeah, but they are not.
I know. Oh yes.
Okay. It's okay.
It's
okay.
team building. Yeah.
It's black. With it, it's okay. We can talk. Actually, it's
That's
not
why
that
she put
different,
from
you know.
my-
As I said, it's some polemical things that we can talk about. So this is the thing. You have the new EB. The new EB knows each other, but not that much. Actually, they just, you know, applied for as you. You just applied. You're coming from different places. You're all in a house that you don't know. That actually you have no idea, like where you have to sleep, how you're going to cook, where you have to take shower, or anything like this. So the first thing you need to feel like a team. That's why team building is important. To feel like a team, to build a team is the first step, because people will just see how their purpose is connect with the purpose of Isaac if they have common purpose, and this common purpose will be connected with Isaac's purpose. So this is really important. That's where people cry. That's where people actually connect with each other. That's actually when people know them better, to understand that the path they are tracking, you know, the path they are walking is the same, like for all of them, you know, they're road towards a direction. So they feel like a team going. They catch the same path, but they need to know where they're going to do. What is their role? The role of each one of them in. So each one of them will have activities. Will have a way of being, I don't know, of delivering things. They will have actually measurables of success to achieve. They will have KPIs to achieve. They have main activities and a description of the work, a job description. When you handle job description for your team, is exactly the time that they understand that they are a team, but they have a special role. They have a special activity. They have something that only they can do. Okay? So you have people that feel like a team. You have people that know what they're doing. Now they have to understand where they are in the timeline. So that's why you do the planning. The planning is important because I know that I am the one who will always write in the I don't know, the wall. But when I'm going, how much I need to do this, you know, for who I'm going to do this, for who I'm going to write things, what I'm going to write. This writing is connected with what? This is what planning is about, you know. They have to understand that these activities have to come in a timeline. You say, if I'm lying, you raise your hand and say, Mariana is lying, okay? And then we can say the right thing. So they have to put the activities actually. Yeah, she always. I never read her. I don't know what happens. I never read.
But I am listening to you. Like, you did not say anything, but I am even smiling at her. I'm not like,
I know. So in planning, people understand where in time, in space, and in between activities, their role is connected. So okay, awesome. They feel like a team. They know what they're doing. They know when they have to do. Now they have to be better. They have to be trained. They have to understand that these activities need this, and these skills. They have to understand that for to doing this, I need to use this tool. I need to know this content. Training is important because you will not just train, but teach people how to fulfill their JDs, inside the planning. So this is why this is so important. Why training is so important. So people feel like a team, know their role, know when they're going to do things, and already know how to do these things. So now you have to track. You have to. What? It's not here. I think it's not here. No, it's not here. Okay. So now you have to track. Why? Because people are people, right? So if you're not here, Higo, you're doing. Higo, you're doing. You're doing a lot, but you have to deliver for me. Deliver. Yes, it's like in 2 days.
Maybe it's like what?
Yes, what? Yes, because people are people. They forgot deadlines. They forgot activities. They forgot what they have to do. They don't understand, So tracking is where you, as leader, will ensure that the planning is being followed, that the training was enough, that the JD is being completed, So that it's on the tracking that you're going to make the person understand that if they have if they need more training, I am having actually a little bit of difficulty to do, I don't know, this poster specifically because I don't know how to use Photoshop. Okay, so then you need training, for these things. It's on the tracking that you will understand it. The planning, like all the other team members. It's like a checkpoint. Sure. Why for me it's tracking so different than coaching? Because when you're talking about tracking, you're talking about specifically activities that are inside the planning that goes away with the JD that you train people for. When you're talking about coaching, you're talking about their connection, and that I'm talking Isaac now. Their connection, personal connection, professional connection in between the activities they do in the JD, how they are planned, what are the trainings they are having, and what they want for life. So this is where you pop the bubble, in my opinion. That's why you say to them, okay, Christina, you're here, and Isaac, you are like, TM, this is so cool. So I know that you're in TM because you want to know how to have better interviews, right? This is so cool. And what types of you're actually seeing some connection between the activities that you're doing in Isaac and what you actually want, because I know when you go out of Isaac, you want to be really good in interviews. That's true. So you're the coaching, this is true. So you're popping the you're popping the bubble. You are making people connect the things that you already did, and showing them the importance of these day-by-day activities for their main reason, why they are in Isaac. You're coaching them in the path of professional development, of personal development, on organizational development, and other types of development. Depends, I don't know what you're to do. It depends. So in the coaching, you're doing this. You're putting actually, because this is the road, right? And then you have a hole here, you have a tree here. People in Isaac are like this. I fall into the hole. I jump to the tree. They're all the time losing the path. They don't understand why they have to be here. So they go to the tree and they fall and they broke an arm, and it's horrible. So what you do as coaching, you put the lights, you put the guidelines. You put the lights here, so then understand, and then they can see, ooh, this is a hole. Ooh, this is a tree.
That's why they put it together.
No! You know why? Because this is really
I know.
micro.
It's the
Yes, this is about the organization. I'm tracking you if you actually doing the output. Here, I'm coaching you. Why this output is important?
Yes,
That's why it's connected.
It is.
I know. But everything is interconnected at the end.
But I just want to say one thing. I really agree with your explanation and stuff like this. But also in tracking, that's why it's together with coaching, because one thing as a good manager, you need to track your members because this is you are manager because you are managing all the tasks that your team is doing. But coaching is also connected with kind of a leadership, right? Because you also want people to develop themselves. You also want to help them to go and achieve the task. And then as the between manager and leader, you need to do where is the right way between tracking and coaching, because that actually the mescla of those two makes you the good leader and manager, and that's why, for example, those two are together, because even when you are a coach, you need to coach these people professionally. That means that if that person doesn't know how to use Photoshop, you as a leader and you as their coach, you need to know that this person needs this. So you say, okay, now we will have the session for the design, in design, because you need to know this in order to do other tasks that are your responsibilities. So these two are together because they are actually connected together. I'm not saying that if you do just one or the other one, or one is micro or the other one is the macro, but the thing is that you as a good manager, you need to track well. You as a good leader, you need to coach people, or be a coach for people, and then so they achieve all this.
I could not agree more, That's why she's the queen of TM. I could not agree more. I'm just putting like a more
It's easy to see it.
illustrated. Yes, illustrated. And for me, you know why it's different? Because for me, tracking is you to have your cell phone and say, hey guys, hey, oh, hello, you're doing the promotion today. Oh, this is so cool. Oh, that's true. Okay, so this is tracking. And then coaching, it's like, oh, we will have our quarterly, our quarterly meeting, about coaching, because I want to know actually what you did, here, if it's connected, how you're actually feeling about the organization and how it fits on your path, on your profession. Exactly, it's more deep. That's why I think it's so important, because for me, tracking, it's something more operational. In other hand, coaching is something more deep. It's something more, let's connect all of this, and why am I fucking doing this, Well,
For me,
princess of TM.
both. Like, I have a small example. For example, when I was team leader raising, like account management, the VPER gave me an account to manage. And my VPI6 tracked me like, okay, have you talked to them yet? Blah, blah. Or like, what are you doing with this account? And I said, yeah, I'm going to call them tomorrow. And she said, is there maybe a member who could do this? So she was tracking if the job was being done, but she was also coaching me to delegate stuff. And that's like a tiny thing. It's not like, why are you here, blah, blah. It's just a tiny thing. And it's always connected. Like, you can't just ask, about delegation if there's no task to track.
Totally.
To do the,
This is total.
And I think those big questions, blah blah, is also a little bit like reflection.
Yes. I would get here. Because after you have someone, and then like I could not agree more with the princess of TM. So. Yes. And so like with these things, for example, now you have a team that works really well. They know each other. They like each other. Oh, we're friends, brothers. You'll be like my godfather, and stuff like that. And then you have people that understand their role. They know their activities. They know what they have to do. They know the details and stuff like this. So they know the KPIs and MOS. So they know what they will be charged for. They already know where they are in the calendar. Like I have a free weekend on November, and this is August, but it's cool because I know, I'm prepared. It's okay. So where they have to train, you're tracking them, they are doing the activities. Each one of them has a special way to be tracked, that it's more effective. You're coaching them, they are happy because they understand that each one of the activities actually matter for their professional life. So the quarter is over. And what we're going to do, we're going to evaluate, right? Evaluation, and that's why I think it's different because, for example, for me, evaluation is for you to say, this is cool. So, Chema, you did this and this and this. You had to be on 4 MC meetings, you weren't sure. You had to make, 16 EP raises, and you did 8.
Literally what you have in the hand. measure.
Measure. Definitely, you know. For me, evaluation is for you to see. You know, you have to see your results. You have to see your failures. And reflection is when you get these things and you reflect about them and you see, porra, this is the thing that I should do more, you know? Like, or this is the thing that I have to, it's for us, reflection is for us to see when was the times that I fall into the hole, you know, that I was not seeing the light, and what was the times that I actually jumped from the hole, you know? What I did to jump the hole, I'm going to repeat this, and I'm never going to fall in the hole again.
And for me, it's also when you go back to this and you say like, whoa, maybe I had to, because I had to have a synergy with, I was OGX, I had to have a synergy with marketing, but I hate my teammate, so I think we need to work on this. And then both of us, we didn't understood who was doing attractions, if OGX or marketing, so we need to check on the JAD, and then we need to do a better planning, and then maybe we're good in the trend.
For me, in my opinion, Team Minimus, of course you have like, this is really, you know, put it on my head, you know, you have a flow for you to follow. But if you go to the evaluation and you think that your planning is not good, everybody knows what to do. They love each other. They already trained, but they don't know when, you know. Go back to planning. Like, oh no, but they know everything, but they don't fucking know how to use Photoshop or the platform, whatever they're going to use. So what the fuck? Let's go back to training, you know? This is not something that it's, we will never move from here, you know? It will always be like this. I'll have to start all over again. No, it's something that it's, as anything in life, it's dynamics, you know? It's dynamic. That's true. Dynamics. So it's like, it's really important. So that's why I put evaluation and reflection in different ways, because for me this is a lot more operational. It's a lot more about numbers. Of course, you're evaluating your actions, but you're evaluating your actions. It's difficult, you know, like to evaluate, to put percentage. It's not everybody that can put percentage on behaviors, for example. But then when you reflect, you actually can understand that this number is just 2 and not 10 because you didn't have the behaviors, the right behaviors or the right attitudes or the right amount of action, you know, you didn't put there to actually have this 2 became a 10. It's clear. I'm talking a lot of shit. No, it's okay. You know, this is the only reason why I put these things, you know, because my camp told me that it was like this. He's the king of champs.
No, I mean, like it's not bad. It's just like, you know, like the structure as AI presented is 6 of them, but of course, like all of them you wrote are there. You know, it's just that those are like
I will
together,
put
but
here
it doesn't matter.
to be not that political. I like to be political, but not that political.
Good.
Awesome. Perfect. So, sorry. Okay, so we remember all of them, right? All of them make sense. And if we think of each one of the problems that we already talked about and each one of the successes that we talked about, each one of them are related with good application of Team Minimus. If someone is doing really good in operation, it's because they know what they're doing, they were training for it, they know when they have to do it, you know, they will be tracking on it, you know. So it's like, it's always about a good application. Always, 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 always. And this is something that we structure just because it's to be easier, you know, for you to follow steps. But this is something that is supposed to be natural. People first love each other, understand their role, go planning, training, you know, like it's something that it's nature calling, you know. So now that we understand this, me and Simona, we're going to talk a little bit how it was here and what are actually our biggest bottlenecks, you know, in putting these things to work 100%. That thing that I'm pretty sure that you're going to do. Okay, Simi, tell us a little bit more about implementation of the Team Minimus on the MC.
Yes.
Yes. Could be sharing. This is important.
Yeah. Okay, so it's actually a difficult question.
It is.
So in terms of like team and stuff like this, like I was not at the beginning of our team formation, so it was
This is I agree.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is not I agree here. It is? Oh, okay.
For me, it's like so.
Really? For me, it's I agree. Ah,
okay.
this is it.
See?
Ah, okay.
Yeah, okay,
This is a
so I was, for example, I was not in our planning, in our MC planning. So I was not part of, creating MC vision, MC name, stuff like this. So I think for me personally, that part was a little bit missing in later on in my time, because when I came, then we just jumped directly to other things. We did not, we did not go back to, like, of course I understand why we were Delta, I understand what are our drivers and stuff like this, but I was not the one
Part of it.
of it while we were
We could not
creating it.
give our opinion in this, like if I don't like Delta, if I don't like green, what the fuck?
Yeah, but I mean, like, of course, team is something that needs to be created. Also, you need to make an effort to do it, but also you need to make some steps in order to do it. Like, have some team buildings, have some team fun, go sometimes for dinner, talk, drink together, all the things that are part of the team that were there and sometimes weren't, depending on the situation. In terms of job description, I think that was like we all had our MC job descriptions, and also in a plan when we went for planning, like
Planning and
exactly
replanning.
written which are the main strategies we are going to have, when was the deliverables, yeah, or there are MOSs and KPIs, and then the tracking we had every time MC meeting, where of course was based on the plan. Tracking and based on the planning, and then we had also every 3 months one-on-one with Zenka, and then we had sometimes the operational meeting. So the tracking was good, yeah.
Especially on the MC meeting, it was because we had to put the numbers, we had to put like what are our main activities in this week, what were our main activities last week, and if they are done, almost done, you're like 50% done or something like that.
Yeah, and we had like every Monday morning MC meeting, so we all knew that this is the time we block in the calendar. So it was every Monday, and that's it, Then coaching, as I said, these one-on-one meetings and. One-on-one.
Yeah, one-on-one, and we had like, for example, one-on-one.
Yeah, we had at one point something like every
it
month.
Was every month. We will have something, but we just have for like 2 months or 3 years.
What was it?
It was like a meeting for us to review our planning.
Yeah.
Per month.
Per month.
And then like how we follow in the plan, if we need to change something in the plan, and then it was also like, is there something you want me to like help you to do? So like I said to her, yeah, actually I need to like make my priorities better. So like every Monday morning after exams, then I was like, okay, like, what are your priorities? And do like that.
She did exactly the same thing to me. Like we had a meeting 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock we had meeting to talk about the priorities of the week. So so Mari, what are you going to do? And the role of her was always like to ask, okay, but you have 3 main things that you have to do. You have to go to give support to TM, you have to give support to OGX, and you have to give support to ICX. So how we can fit your responsibilities in these 3 main activities. And then we were always, so when I said to her, like, and she said, but where is ICX on your priorities? Or where is TM on your priorities? And if I cannot convince her, I have to put something there.
Yeah, and then like the evaluation, there was also, and the reflection was evaluation. We had quarterly reviews, right, and then replanning. That was the thing. And with the reflection, there was also like during one-on-one, we were also reflecting on the last 3 months and like, okay, how it is, how did you move, how is your performance right now, what do you miss, what do you wish you would still do, and stuff like this. So how it is connected with your future plans. That was also like one of the like now closer to the MC term. Then we also talk about, okay, how you can actually use this experience later on, or like what are your next steps, or what you need to prepare. So I mean, like, of course there could be always room for improvement, but in general, I think the team was where
we tick all of you.
actually there was We had some, but like it was more, let's say when Zdenka came back from IC, and then they had some sessions about, let's say, change management or expa or whatever. Then she was doing some things on our MCM, so we had sometimes part of lead in MCM, but it was more like management or leadership training rather than your functional thing.
Yeah, I think when you come to MC, this thing goes away.
Yeah,
You will have training from other interpreters.
Yeah, like leadership, that for sure is something you still can work on. And she was having, like, we had many times on MC some lead sessions, but like just
training from AI, you'll never get. Those fuckers never care about us.
Like we had sometimes some webinars and stuff like this. Yeah, she was also here.
Yeah, that's true. This was really good.
So like sometimes it was happening, but it was not like maybe as like it is in the local level.
Okay. What about MCLC?
So what we ran was a campaign, like 60 days to implement Team Minimus. Was probably like 120 days. It was actually really my fault because I went for holidays and stuff like this, so it was completely my fault. But like the campaign ran for much longer than it's supposed to, than these 60 days. But anyways, so the idea was that each 10 days there will be one Team Minimus implemented. So guys, they have 10 days to implement, and the first one was team. So we create like the checklist. What are the parts of team that they need to be delivered in each LC? So for example, that was just right after recruitment. OGCDP team, they had to have one team building, they have to have team name, they have to have first weekly meeting, they have to, what else was up? Have maybe something like shout, or like, there were a lot of things, or like some things that they should be implemented. Yeah, also the culture, the way we work, expectations, all these things. So if I'm not mistaken, I think all of the teams, they did this part, Costa Rica is very good with doing team building.
Because this is friendship.
Yeah. So actually, so I think
that's why sometimes we need to be very careful when they say like, oh yes, it's a team building. Never offer them doing team buildings because they for sure will do it. So for team is not. So you just need to tell them do team buildings. Maybe give them guidelines, but never push them. If not, they will do national team building with marketing, team building with this, LC team building, LC manager team building, conference with team
There is one thing actually I wanted to say. We had a TM summit, and we were talking something about team buildings, and my TM people were like, yeah, but team building is very important, we have to do it, and and they were like, going for team building, fighting like crazy for team building, and I said to them, listen to me. You can do team building, but if team building will not bring results for exchange, it was a waste of the time, because ISEC is not about team building. ISEC is about exchange. And if you do team building, and based on your team building, I'll have 3 races in 1 or 2 weeks, that's okay. You can do trillions of team buildings every day, But if this will not bring results, then you waste my time and your time, And then the guy was like, yeah, but ISEC is not only about the exchange, it's also like getting a good experience, like team member and team leader and stuff like this. And I said, wait a second. And I said to him, it's true, of course, we need to do these activities. This is important for every organization to have this activity. But the end result have to be connected to exchange,
Yeah.
And if it's not, then it was not ISEC activity. It was let's hang out with friends and drink a beer, That was not ISEC activity. And the guy got completely offended and everything, but I think maybe later on he understood that this is the point, that I did not try to like offend team buildings because it's important. And I understand the big importance in these parts, but it needs to bring in the end results that ISEC wants. Yeah. And so with this part, like they're super cool with this, like this is probably number 1 that they can do,
But then
then the other parts are
JD is very bad because we don't want to do it. We want the MC to give it to us, like as members, and then we don't use it. We just want to tell TM, yes, I have the JD, and then it's like, oh, but they don't follow it. So, so why did you?
The thing, the thing is that like what I see the problem is that of course JD it's a paper, right? And a lot of people it's okay. I hand it in because it's my must, and that's it. And then it's done, right? It's like I did it. It's okay. But in the end of the day, the right job description or the right team minimums has to be, as Narenka was saying, some sort of guidelines or like some sort of guia. What I'm going to do in order to have clear expectations towards my role and what I'm going to do.
I need to understand my role.
Because if
Who
this,
am I?
yeah, if this is just a paper, it's just a paper, and we waste paper and forest, it's cut, and I'll soon will die.
Horrible.
So
No one reads JD, like it's a fucking piece of paper that is so shit because it has like a lot of, and it's like, like JD is more about talking with the person. What we are going to do? What is your role?
For me, VP gave the paper, of this, but also like I understand it's a paper, but then maybe like what is necessary is to sit with every member and go through the JD and explain, okay, this is my role and this is what I expect and this is what you are going to do, and like some sort of maybe training, some sort of introduction to the team and your responsibility, so you know well what is going to happen during the year. And of course, a lot of VPs they are not doing this because if you have 16 members in OGCDP, it's like who is going to spend this time, doing one by one? But it is important in the end of the day. But the implications, of course, of your time and effort are there. But that's the thing. So. On paper, of course, we are very good implementing JDs, but when we ask just randomly, okay, do you have JD? Do you have JD? Do you have JD for the members? They said like, no, actually, I don't. I don't have JD and stuff like this. So this I would really put like a down.
A chook.
A chook.
Okay.
Oh my God.
This is a chook.
This is not
What is a chook?
No.
It's something like that.
No, it's
An X, an X.
No.
X.
It's an X.
So people that you understand, chook, it's my invented word that it means whatever, It's like you can do, hey, like this could be chook, this could be chook, like whatever, It can be substituted by whatever word, It's just like whatever.
Holding on papel.
Yeah, it's like it's whatever. Something falls. Like if you cannot find the proper word, you just say choke.
Okay,
Because
so JD is something that is not fulfilled. It's only on PayPal, papel, paper.
Yeah, papel. So
papel, it's Portuguese.
Papel is
that's so
Papel is
cool.
Spanish. Okay.
Papel.
Papel.
It's with L, no R.
Yes, but now I wrote paper.
Okay, so planning.
Language confusion.
So maybe Mariana can explain about planning. What do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah,
That in LC, if we're going to put, and I like percentage, right? And we're going to put in percentage, I would put 10% of planning. Because, and then I'm saying this like with my VP's marketing, in relation about GDP. They don't know when they're going to do things. They always want, I'm going to do the best global village in the whole story of Costa Rica. When?
Next week.
Next week. Yes. Next week. But how you're going to do a fucking global village next week? If next week it's supposed for you to be matching this fucking IFIS. You're going to sell now. Put your effort in another. Or I'm going to develop the best designing, for my OGDP campaign. When? In March. What the fuck you're developing material in March? March is supposed for you to go to the fucking streets and sell. This is what you're supposed to do in March, So like, they don't understand timeline and plan.
Yeah.
You know, they don't know when to do this.
Actually, this is very true. This is very true because, for example, from my experience, is I had the similar story. You know, we were talking about like during the time of recruitment, what is going to happen before, like after recruitment, right? Because when you start recruitment, then there is nothing to do in TM. You know, let's say there is nothing. Then people think there is nothing. So I asked, okay, so what is going to plan next? Yeah, we are going to construct the strategy. But okay, but when? Yeah, we'll do later. Still now it's not there, the strategy, you know, and it was 5 months ago. So the thing is that I think that people maybe here don't understand that to plan, you really need to plan more ahead what is going to happen, execute that before, and then, you know, follow the plan. This, I think, is also very, very critical role here to also, when you are going to go for your LC planning as an LC coach, this is really something you need to take care of this, because this,
you can say to them,
out.
timeline is a beach that will slap you on the face if you turn your back for them, you know, because it is. And they will, like, we tried, you know, such a hard time to say this to them, you know, like timeline is really important. Be careful with the timeline. You have to plan ahead. This is really important. Please don't take all the things from the hat, you know. I'm going to do now. No, you need preparation, you know. Planning is about knowing how much time as a resource you need to put things, you know, out of the paper and in the street. So like,
yeah,
take good care of this, because this is like, you know, people don't like this too much. I don't know.
And also like with the deadlines and stuff like this. I know, like maybe you guys are from Latin America, you will maybe understand this more, you know, but I don't know, for you probably it's going to be very horrible to like get the track on the right deadlines and the plans. And especially also for I6, you know, like the matching time and stuff like this,
but actually, this is kind of a good thing, you know, because you have blank paper, you know, inside of you. You have blank space. You can write the name that you want, you know. Exactly! And now write your name, and then you write planning, you know, because it's like you have a blank space to work with, you know, especially on ITDP. And then like, of course, in marketing too.
Actually, yeah. This
You're the project.
Like I just did plan of Una.
Ahora lo que está pasando.
Ahora que
like I'm not even saying this because like I saw the plan to have like race, match, and also realization for IGSTP in like 3 weeks for Uma, you know. So without having sale, without anything, you know, like this was the plan. So you did it. So I'm just saying that this is very, 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 very important. You're very extremely
training.
Okay. This
50 hours.
Well, like, okay, so
yes, it's not that bad. It's just the conference part of your notes.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends, because I think like probably like the main processes can be, you know, somehow handled, but also what was, for example, this year was missing. A lot of times what was missing was functional education from NC to LCDs. That was missing for some of the areas.
National life, like national conference.
National conference, of course, like no doubt about this.
You know what we miss? Channels of communication. We didn't have channels, you know? Yeah. So it's like, this was the thing. Our channels, we had it, they were there, but they were not working. So.
Yeah, and also like in terms of their local education, like there is no really a plan what they are going to do, you know, they do things on hook. That means like what it feels, you know. And also like, let's say the LCMs, there is no really a structure or what are the topics for LCMs, because of course this depends on timeline. You are not going to teach guys about how to sell ISEC, how to sell OGCDP in December, right? Because that time is the already realization of OGCDP. So the timeline with education, it's very misaligned. You know, there is no like synergy between the timeline and the education, which has to be there, right? Because I'm not going to teach budget, you know, in I don't know, December, when everybody's on vacation and the next conference is maybe already passed, you know, the last conference passed. So the education and timeline is very like
Totally. What I would say about
matter.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do they do like when newies come, they have their SI where they learn about why, blah blah, simulation. Do they afterwards have like a kickoff event or first functional education for newies?
Well, they're supposed to have because that's part of the team, right? So like every VP needs to take care of their thing. So supposedly they are doing it.
Yes.
Like the first.
The guideline is this, you know. But as we said, our role is now advisors. So if they want to, they will do it. But if they don't, they will not do it.
And do you
And you
think
will
they're
not be
doing it
responsible.
or?
I think depends on VP.
Depends.
But I would say that for sure, like the first maybe meeting they do it, and then they a little bit forget. And then they forget about the training part.
You know what I would do? It's just like, for example, they are really dependent in this, you know. And now I'm not blaming them. Actually, this is like kind of normal, you know. But for example, if they don't talk a lot with their MCVP, they will not do training because they will say, "But I know nothing. How can I do training?" You know. So like they are really dependent with this. Yeah, pobrecito. So, but it's like. It's bad because it's not about proactive learning, you know, it's not about proactive things, but it's also, you know, MCVP's fault because it was not there, you know, and didn't get like the trust enough to go there and actually do things.
Yeah.
So this is something that the most you people are present in their lives and actually teaching them the things and actually giving them material, the most they will, you know, understand
do it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Because they will not have excuses.
Yeah, actually that's true. That's true. That when I said at the beginning that there was also lack of like MCVP and LCVP education, that was true. Also because of like part of your weekly meeting or bi-weekly meeting could be also training, right? For the things that they need to know. So for many cases that was missing, and then there are some VPs they are like 2 months in the organization, so of course they don't know a lot about IGCDP or OGCDP, and then how they can train others, you know. So they just do because probably this is the way, you know. But
and they will always say, "But I
I
cannot call, you know, I cannot because I don't know how to make a call."
Say, okay, I'll go with it.
Oh my God.
You know. Yes, they
So
are
you need to
independent.
see it like baby. Okay.
Baby, I'm
baby.
going to teach you.
Then you
Come here.
Then you do it the first time, and then you give me the like, okay.
And then they will do 30 times, 60 times, 90 times, you know, but you will be there. But this is important.
This is
Important
when
to be
this comes.
present.
When
You know, like this is the they will. You need to be present. You know, they need to see you. They need to touch you. They need to talk to you. This is really important. Go track and go. We are so late. Go.
yeah, so this is also like similar to
What time is it?
6. I'm sorry, Maru. You see their folks.
so this is also like one of the things that are also important, and not very, I would say, less.
9.
But I have to say no.
Okay, but okay. So the reality is that the
No, but
tracking
OGCDP did it.
the tracking here is not really like so. People don't really like to do this. My personal opinion, this is just my opinion. This is not scientifically proven or anything like this. This is just my opinion. Is that I think it's also connected with this confrontation because I think that people don't want to, you know, confront others to be like, hey, did you do it? Did you do it? You know, like don't want to be this not friendly boss, you know? Want to be like, yeah, I trust you. You for sure did it, so I don't need to. I better don't need to.
Oh, you know what happens sometimes? It's like, did you do it? Yes. And then they didn't.
They didn't, yeah. So I really think that this is also like a big problem here that that is. But there are some VPs that track better. There are some that track not that good. But for sure, could be connected with the confrontation and like the.
It's a lot about you people saying, you know, you don't need to track him, like calling him and saying, you son of a bitch, where is the things that you have to deliver, you know? You don't need to do this. You can, like, you know, have a spreadsheet. You can talk to him like, my love, where are the things? You know, you can actually have what is the problem? What is happening? You know, I actually
My girlfriend is pregnant.
Oh my god, yes, because for example, one of my VPs, I had a lot of problems with the deal with him, and it was like so difficult, and then like and I understood that tracking with him was not like the other girls, you know. With the girls, I was like, so how are you going, you know, and the things, blah 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 blah, and they are always like, oh, I didn't, or I did, oh, it was so cool and stuff, you know. It was always possible, but with him, he never replied, and he never, you know, like reply my emails or my calls or my WhatsApps or anything. And then they, when he needs something, he came talk to me, and then I have like 3 or 4 days that I was talking to him and he never replied me. So the WhatsApp was like, Mariana say something like 4th of April, and then 6th of April, and then 8th of April, and then 10th of April, and then he will talk to me 23 of May. Hi Mariana, I want to say like, oh no, you know. But I understood it's because he's ashamed, you know. So like he will never talk to me if he don't do something, or if he thinks like the things he did was not good, because he was ashamed. He was like, you know, with fear, and he was afraid of me that I will be mad at him or so. Why? How?
That's one thing, being mad. So one thing that sometimes like you can do is, I like after the 3rd date, you can be very emotional. Like, hey, like I know that maybe just talk to me. I'm not angry. I will not be angry. And when you tell them, I will not be angry, I'll be like, oh, okay, maybe
So
this happened. Blah,
this
blah.
this was the click, you know. When I get there and when I talked to him, I sat by him and I said, you know, I'm not angry with you. I'm actually sad because you don't like me.
no.
And he was like, no, it's not because of this. I said, of course it is. You ignore me. You totally ignore me.
Yes.
No, I don't. It's just because it's so difficult. I have so many problems in my family. And then it was like 2 hours about the problems in his family. But in the end, you know, he's like, you know, he had like probation period and everything. But now I know he's going good, you know, like he's going forward. But I had a lot of problems with this type of communication. So maybe break the ice, because the ice is thick. You know, it's really thick. So people will not, it will be hard. So break the ice, but not melt with your heart. You know, your heart will melt, and everything will be okay. Okay, cool.
I'm ready to know that on our agenda.
Yes, of course. Melt the ice with your heart. Tim, tell me coaching. I would say 0.
No. Actually, I know Tech is doing coaching.
You see. Tech is good at this. Like, they have a lot of things, but I have to take out my
Yes,
hands.
it's because I heard that Diego was like good.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think in terms like a TM coaching, because that's a little bit different, because there is like coaching that we are talking about is that VP is taking care of members, talking about, okay, what is your plan, what are your metas, cuál es su goal en su vida, blah blah. This is like a little bit different coaching that TM is doing, but if I'm not mistaken, I think some of the offices are doing it good, some of them are not that good.
Yes.
But it's difficult to evaluate this, you know, because I'm not there, so
yes, I would
percentage,
say,
I don't know.
Yeah, I would say like in the coaching, you know, let's connect organization with activities, with purpose, with what Isaac means to me. I see just a little bit.
Yeah.
But for example, in UCR, in UNA, for example, it's like really hard, you know. Yeah. Sometimes I have a VP. My VP was like crying